we have a good professional streamer in this list already, Mr. Slimer.
Perfect.
I'm guessing he's the perfect candidate to just put up a stream and let it, archive something.
That would be really great. Could you do that for Slimer? He's typing. Let's see what he says. So, Garnix. Oh, we got you on dinner. Yeah. please start the stream if you could, and so you can archive it later. That would mean very much to us. Garnix, I've moved the channel. Maybe we can move the voice channels all the way up here as well. There we go. So
you're awesome. Thanks.
So now it's on top in Discord, the voice channel. Thank you. Perfect. I didn't even think of that. Great, VSG.
Okay, so the first question, which I'm going to ask, so I know, how have you seen this community evolve over the past 9 years? You could even if you, I mean, for some sake of clarity, you could even segment it into stages or something. The beginning,
yeah,
the middle, the end, and be honest. Don't hold back. I mean, this is the last party.
Yep.
There's no need to be, polite or something. This is for the archives.
No need to be political correct.
Absolutely, just go for it. And you can swear as well. Yep. So, because we have been here for a long time. Yep. Some of us have grown up. Some of us have gotten kids. Some of us have lost friends. We have gone through a lot of things all together. So don't hold back.
I won't.
Go for it.
Yes.
Okay, so I'm going to repeat the question again, just in case. How have you seen this community evolve over the past 9 years? Go.
So, in the beginning, and there's no specific question around that. I'm looking through the questions now just to see. But I don't believe, because I thought I had to, or I would be asked to maybe basically just tell the story how DayZ Europa started. And it's not around, so or rather the question hasn't been asked, so I'll woven that in to some of my answers. But having stashes with gear or parts for shoppers, we had to farm, we had to figure out how to repair the shopper, but we did find the shopper on Skalistia Island. Back at the time, there were only one shopper per server. So I remember us playing for many days and nights, getting all the parts together, and we finally got the shopper flying. So we were cruising, I believe it's nighttime, and all of a sudden, all 8 or 9 of us in the shopper see one message saying, "You're dead." So we got hit by a hacker on the server that killed us all. And I remember many of my friends said, what, fuck this shit. This is this game sucks. So they quit playing. So there I was pretty much on my own trying to find nice vanilla DayZ Mod servers to actually play DayZ. And there weren't any. And if there were, they were poorly maintained. Some examples would be the server switched from nighttime to daytime every 5 minutes and stuff like that. It was crazy. So I thought, how hard could it be? I should be able to rent my own server and start a DayZ server so me and my friends can play at least. And hopefully some other players will join as well. Now, that didn't happen in the beginning exactly. I was pretty much alone on my server. But this is 2014 in March, I believe. Yes, that's when I started the first version of DayZ Europa. So it took me, I remember, almost a year before the server filled up for the very first time. And that was 40 players. I was renting the server from a pretty shitty GSP, which is a game server provider, and the reason they were shitty is because they didn't even run the last version of DayZ Mod, and you had a panel where you started and stopped the server. You could read logs, but I remember placing tents in the beginning. They didn't stay, so I had to contact the support saying, what the fuck is this? I mean, I placed a tent yesterday. It's not even saving to the database. One of their technicians looked into it, realized, hey, we're not actually have a correct connection to the database here. So they were actually renting out game servers for DayZ Mod, but it didn't even work. So I put a lot of effort into that, claiming, hey, I'm a paying customer, I need to have this server working, or I'll just cancel my subscription. Now, VLayer it was. So they started helping me. They started fixing shit, so to speak. So actually, within a couple of months, I had a fully functional DayZ Mod server, and it took 40 people. And as I said, it took almost a year before it filled up for the very first time. Now, the question here is, I need to read it again to just remember exactly what it was, but how I've seen the community evolve over the past 9 years. And this is why I'm telling you the background story. So, I mean, this is 2014, 2015, and we're starting to make a name finally, and the server is starting to fill up. I was clueless at the time. We probably had hackers on the servers. People got kicked for script restrictions. We didn't know what that meant. There were no anti-hack besides the BatLive filters. The BatLive filters were outdated. It didn't really affect the server in a bad way because people kept on coming back. I remember as an admin, I was very active myself, trying to put the time into talking to players, helping players, and just making them feel welcome, but also signaling somewhere that, hey, this is a well-maintained server. I'm pouring a lot of effort into this server, and I want everybody to have a good time. At the time I met, I was actually playing with my girlfriend. We started, some of my friends came back. Emil was one of the friends that also later became an admin. I used to play World of Warcraft with him. Sick is another central player in this, and I will get to him and what role he played and how none of this would have been possible without him. And also we met a player called Gibbis on the server, and he also became an admin. So, and there was a third player called Ferdinand. So it's me, my girlfriend, Ferdinand, Gibbs, and Emil basically running this server, clueless pretty much to what's going on, but we had a good time. We had a really good time. My focus at the time was to make sure the server was always up and running. So within a year, as I told you, we did have almost we filled up the server for the very first time. And I remember from that onward, things went pretty fast. As I said in the beginning, as I browsed for servers to play on because I wanted to play Vanilla DayZ, there were no Vanilla DayZ servers. And if they were poorly maintained. So what I did was, I thought if all servers available today to actually play DayZ is all modded, the servers were offering you starting gear, and the servers were competing against each other. So as a player trying to play DayZ in 2014, 2015, all servers you would find were modded, heavily modded. Daytime 24/7. No zombies, walking zombies. Zombies that don't do damage. Zombies that will give you gear, basically. I'm kidding. But it was, the game had changed, and it became something I didn't even think was DayZ anymore. So my idea was, hey, if all the server is modded, why don't I start a server that is vanilla? I had seen a few, but as I told you just a minute ago, they were all very, very poorly maintained. so even unplayable, because if there weren't hackers, there would been daytime switching to nighttime every 5 minutes. Someone trying to script on the server and breaking it, or an admin not really sure what they were doing. So I think I realized already back then that if I just keep this going, this will grow, and it will be, if not a unique server, since I'm basically the only one running a vanilla server which is being maintained. And as I said, within a year, the server filled up for the very first time. Now, this question is kind of hard to answer because, I mean, an easy answer to this question, how have you seen the community evolve over the past 9 years, would be say, well, it grew, and it grew.
Thank you for subscription.
I remember
Thank you for following.
one time that
Спасибо за
we had
подписочку.
over 350,000 unique players entries in the database. It's almost 500,000 people that have been playing on the server for, let's say, a period of 2 or 3 years. Those are staggering numbers and hard to comprehend, but we grew, but we haven't really grown fast. It's always been like a slow grower, if you know what I mean. Meaning, the server has sort of grown in a natural but also healthy way, I believe, because as more and more people started playing, we also had to start putting up rules, for example. So, and this is some experience I have from World of Warcraft, because I was I became a guild leader at the time for our guild, and we realized, and when I tell people about this, it's like, imagine you are starting a brand new country. You're in charge of a country of, let's say, 2 million people. Now, since no one has done anything similar before, you need to come up with rules for this country or this community in our case. So we had to, and now I'm talking about World of Warcraft, we had to come up with rules and guidelines for how dragon kill points were distributed among the players, for example. So we had these endless meetings once a week over voice chat, trying to figure out what would be the best way moving forward to make sure all of our players feel happy with playing within the guild, but also feel rewarded for actually putting in time to playing within the guild. So that's when I started paying attention to rules and also the importance of actually having rules. I'm realizing I'm talking almost for 50 minutes here, but this is such a complex question because there's so much to cover. But to get to the point, me and the admins at the time had to start coming up with rules, because all of a sudden we were chasing someone on the server, they shot at us, and then they logged out. And we realized this is a bad experience. This is a really bad experience. Hey, we nailed this player down, and what does he do? He logs out. So I believe one of our first rules was against combat logging, for example. But to get back to the question, the community has evolved, but one of the most memorable things for me must be realizing that we had so much donations, and this is around 4 years ago, that the server paid for itself. This was maybe 5 years ago. I didn't have to put money out of my own pocket to actually pay for the server hardware. That was a landmark for me, realizing how big we had become, but also what a great and passionate community we had playing on the server. There's so many things that have happened past these 9 years, and I will probably get back to many of them during this AMA, but I'm still struggling to answer this question, besides the fact that it became very big and not too fast, to summarize it, and also a landmark memory how the server actually received so much donations that for over 2 or 3 years it actually paid. It was paid by its own players. I didn't have to put any money into the server rent. But then something else happened. I mean, the server, and I'm not sure this has anything to do with perhaps decisions we've taken, players we have banned, or groups. We have never really banned groups. We banned one group, and I'll get back to that and why we chose to do that. We started seeing a decline in players maybe 2 years ago, and this is also in sort of collaboration, or collaboration is not the right word, but I think you understand what I'm trying to say, that at the same time DayZ standalone started becoming a great game to play, we also saw that we had less players, a decline in player interest, to put it in a way, maybe. So, and that I remember thinking back maybe 2 or 3 years ago that this is not, and keep in mind, we had already been running DayZ Europa for almost 6 years at the time, maybe even 7. That is not really evolving, because it's rather the other way around. But for the last 3 years, I would say interest for DayZ Mod has not been what it used to be. So to really summarize here, I think I've answered this question in how I have seen the community evolve, but also I'll probably come back to this question, because it's a really, there's so many memories and there's so many things. I can't really remember everything now, but I mean, one thing, realizing we were actually the biggest ArmA 2 server in the world just a couple of years ago. We were number 1 on both battle metrics and game tracker and everything. And this was probably in a correlation of a server wipe, but so many players playing on the server, beating Epoch, beating Overpoch, all the other mods. We were the biggest ArmA 2 server in the world, and that's for me insane. I would never believed vanilla DayZ Mod would have been capable of doing that, so to speak. Now, I know I've talked for almost 20 minutes, VSG. Yes.
Can I hone in on a bit for something? You have spoken as a kind of like a server administrator, but about the numbers and the people as units. But can you describe in short, not 15 minutes now, can you describe in short how people have changed in these 9 years?
I wouldn't say people have changed. I've given this quite a thought, and that's a great question. But what I've seen is the situation on the server has changed when it's not really full in the same extent that it used to be. Then big groups on the server can start becoming a problem for other players, if you know what I mean. And this is something I've seen, because if you have a full server, remember we used to run 70 players. Don't ask me about the performance on that one, but DayZ Europa used to, I wouldn't say be able to handle 70 players, but we had periods where we actually ran 70 players at the same time. When you have so many players on a server, big groups are usually taking care of each other, so to speak. They are not becoming much of a big problems for the smaller or the solo player. So I would argue, I don't really think players have changed. Yes, they have as well, because they become more aware of glitches. They become more aware of how to do things. as I said, as a very experienced player, I told you the story of how we found shopper parts back in the day. It took us 3 or 4 days to get a UE running because we didn't really know where to look for the parts. We didn't know what parts we were supposed to have. This has really changed because thanks to Discord and this great community, a lot of people are helping each other, making gameplay accelerated, I would say, but also on speed, so to speak. I mean, I've been contacted by so many solo players claiming this is a server full of cheaters. They got shot even though they couldn't hear or see anyone. And when I look in the logs, I see someone has shot them from 250 meters with a silence gun. And it's a player part of a big group. So probably one of the members of the group saw the player. They have circled him and then killed him. He comes back to me saying, I'm pretty sure I'm killed by cheaters on your server. So the players have changed. The knowledge has been shared. But also, once player population started declining, these bigger groups, I received more and more complaints from solo players or
Привет.
groups.
А, Кто не знает, сегодня последний день, когда работал последний ванильный сервак ArmA 2 DayZ Mod. Всем привет, кто не знает. Everybody who didn't know, today is the last day of vanilla DayZ Mod, and the admin describes, админ объясняет, как это все началось, как 9 лет жил сервак ванильный, и, в принципе, сегодня он расскажет, ответит на вопрос, расскажет, почему закрылись, что было. В общем, вспоминаем 9 лет DayZ Mod. С 2012 года по 2023 существовала игра, и сегодня это один из последних гвоздей забит в гроб этой игры, и сегодня она официально, на мой взгляд, на взгляд многих, она сегодня официально умирает. Вот мы на похоронах игры. It's a funeral of the game.
To make sure it's a good experience for as many players as possible on the server. I hope
the rules kind of became like improvised patches,
yes.
In a way.
Yes. That was our way of testing. I mean, as I said again, it's like starting your own country. You have to come up with everything. Because once you think you have everything set, a good setup with rules, something else happens that you realize, hey, either we need to adjust this by rules, or we need to take a look at talking with this player, asking why he or she is doing what they're doing. It's tricky. It's not the group's fault, Gornix. I'm addressing Gornix's comment here in chat. He says, if I had known this before, I wouldn't have put so much effort in keeping teams together. It's part of the game. And as I said earlier in chat when someone asked, I remember very, very clearly seeing a video back in the days where that they on YouTube, and that's why I remember it so clearly. So what happens is a group of players traveling around the bus, screaming to survivors, "Hey, hop on the bus. We will help you." Taking them on board, making them believe there's.
Ну, по сути, что он говорит, как все было прикольно, как он правила создавал. Короче, как это было все тяжело и так далее. В общем, в принципе, да, можно навести историю, но посмотрим, да, хорошая идея.
Go ahead, fight. Now, and I love this about DayZ because someone is laughing here in chat. Yeah, it's an epic video. If you haven't seen it, or if someone can find it, please post a link in chat. So when I saw this video, and I also saw Dean Hall commenting on it, saying, "This is why I created DayZ." Seeing people play the game in ways I would never have imagined. And this really struck a tone with me because I realized the less rules we have, the more organic gameplay we will have on the server. So that was my idea from the beginning. So not. I've been a constant. I've been constantly against adding additional rules, even though fellow admins have had very good reasons for adding these rules. I've always been the one trying to find other ways around it without creating rules for a specific situation. Now, this is how I believe DayZ should be played, and this is also why I never took the decision, or we even took the decision to limit the size of groups on the server. To answer that quite extensively, I don't believe in that way of playing.
You know, the cool thing is you have managed to answer about 4 questions with this.
Good.
Answer.
That's good.
So, if you could think really hard, think back, what was the most memorable event and battle during your,
I have
running
many.
DayZ?
I want to start sharing a story when I played, and this is not on DayZ Europa, but this is a memory from DayZ Mod. The reason I remember this, I have a friend here in chat called GJ, I believe I would say. He was one of the first persons I actually played DayZ with, and this is all about that shopper on Skalistia Island. How our friend Hylian logged in. It's nighttime, and we're on. I believe we're in TeamSpeak at the time. This is 2013. This is 10 years ago. And he logs in because he has logged out close to the shopper spawn on Skalistia Island, the UE spawn up by the house. And I remember him saying, hey guys, there's actually someone. Oh shit, there's 3 people here fixing the shopper. And we're like, kill them. We want the shopper. We are collecting parts. We're about to log in. So he's logging in. He sees 3 people fixing the shopper. It's pitch black. And he starts shooting, and we follow him on TeamSpeak. We cannot hear the sounds from game. We can only hear him being killed by these 3 players. And we realized, okay, the shopper is gone. There's only one shopper on the server, and we have to wait for another couple of days before we even can get this flying again. That's a very, very strong memory I have from DayZ. But I also want to mention one of the events we had back in the day, even though we could have done it better. Thanks to a lot of players on the server, we managed to build a base in steel on top of Kelm, I believe. So we had added a lot of Humvees all along the coast with guns and shit, and the mission was to find the server admins and take over their base. There were being clues posted in Discord along the event, and eventually we got owned by a Polish group that managed to force the base and kill us all. But that was a fun memory. It was me, Siki, Vidko, Nox, and perhaps someone else that I don't remember now. But we tried to defend this base that was all steel, not even in DayZ Mod. That event was challenged by some other stuff, but still it was a great event. We had a lot of fun. But I could mention, back in the day when we around the time I told you when we became the biggest server in the world, we had no choice but to install anti-hack software, and with that also came the possibility for us to spectate other players and spectate situations. We could be invisible, we could teleport anywhere on the map, and we could actually watch gunfights. And I remember sometimes Vidko Nox would message me and say, hey, you gotta see this. Where are you? Just see me on the map, and I teleported close to there. It's nighttime. It's 2 big groups, far northeast or northwest on the map, fighting it out for hours. And how we could be part of this, seeing it, being invisible, and just as admins being amazed by how players were playing and fighting in nighttime. It was epic. These are some of the strong memories I have from the server. That's a good question. Garnix asks in side chat or in chat here, any video of that? Not that I know of. If I find it, I will post it. Also, while we're at this, if you want to join the chat, there's actually an active chat in this closing party. You can hover over the closing party voice channel, press the chat box to the right. It says open chat, and you will be able to see chat and also ask questions here. I hope that answers the question, and I will hopefully come up with more things like that. But those are 3 strong memories I have, not only from the server but also DayZ Mod in general.
For the sake of something in the records, could you remember one of the specific teams who participated in one of those big battles? Can you name a few names, maybe name a few teams?
I'm sorry, I never really paid attention. I understood it was teams, but to me it's important to treat anyone on the server basically in the same way. So I've been focused on individuals, and from an admin owner view, if I suspect someone duping, for example, that I can remember, or someone being extremely toxic, that I can remember. I'm sorry, but I don't remember those groups. This must have been 4 years ago or something like that. But just the fight taking place at nighttime, 2 big teams, and how another admin sent me a message, or actually sent the other admins messages, hey guys, come see this. That's how passionate we were about the game. Just, really enjoying watching players fight it out on our server.
Okay, now to spice this up a bit, what's the worst, most shittiest event or memorable battle or something that you can think back to?
To be honest, what has taken the most of my energy has been players on Discord or in game being overly toxic, so to speak. Accusing us of admin abuse, accusing us of
sorry for that.
Just
sorry, why not?
It's incredibly time consuming. In the beginning, it used to make me in a really bad mood.
Sorry.
I talked to my better half, and she said something along the lines, you should really consider running that server if it gets the best of you, so to speak. I don't believe it's worth it. So that made me change my view on things, but also being faster removing toxic people from Discord, for example, immediately. They're trolls, and what they do is they inflict enormous amount of damage in very short time, and they're not doing it for anyone else but their own sake. Usually because they are people that feel they have been treated unfairly, but usually it's or always it's their own fault, so to speak. But that's some of that's really bad memories because it's such a it's very, very bad energy, if you know what I mean. It takes a lot, but not to mention DayZ, for example. That's also another thing that I have bad memories of. And back in the days when I didn't have enough protection, hackers actually blowing up the server. We've taken a lot of steps that I'm proud of to stop stuff like that, though. We had me and the other guys in the admin team have been coming up with pretty amazing, and I would love to tell you more about stuff like that later, solutions to how we can get rid of cheaters even before they cause a problem on the server, for example. This is again ArmA 2, so the possibilities are somewhat limited, but we've done what we have could in the past. Hopefully, cheaters shooting up the server, DayZ and toxic people is what I have bad memories from. Yeah.
I'm going to give you like 30 seconds to think about it, but this actually sparked my interest. Without harming the future of other potential servers of DayZ, can you talk about adminning, like looking for cheaters or something in DayZ in Europa? This is a really complicated question because it can reveal, the methods of other
but
admins.
I can speak around it, so to speak.
Okay, yeah.
So now, the best way of finding a cheater is actually watching in side chat. They are usually the most toxic ones, believe it or not. The experience I've collected over 9 years is that the ones that makes the most noise is also, unfortunately, most likely to be someone cheating. That's something I've learned, and I would love to share that knowledge with other admins, but that's surprising to me once I started realizing that the players with the most toxic attitude is in many times also players you need to look into because they are in many situations cheating. Let me tell you about some of the steps we've taken to actually make sure players have had a good time on Europa. Back in the days, we experienced players joining the server on the coast, first time spawning in a DMR and starting shooting player across the map. In worst case scenario, they would kill 25 players before we could stop them and kick them. So remember, we do have these, we have the leaderboards showing all your longest shots and the amount of kills all players have done. This is actually a parser, log parser built by SICK. It's a separate Windows program that runs on the server in real time, scanning every line in the logs. And what we did was we put in some keywords to look for, and one of those were if a player shot another player for, let's say, over 1,000 meters, they would be instantly kicked with the message impossible shot detected. Now, having this parser running meant that what happened was when we got these people on the server that spawned weapons and started killing all players on the server, they could only kill one player before they got kicked and banned. This was all done automatically. What I could do then was go in, look into the logs and tell, okay, this is a cheater actually shooting from 2,500 meters with the DMR. He has 30 seconds on the server. But I could then contact the player that got shot saying, hey, yesterday you were killed by a cheater. Do you want me to revive your character? And usually they said, oh, I didn't realize, thank you, and we moved on. So instead of having to shut down the server, roll back the server to a backup 20 minutes old, even worse, an hour, we actually got rid of the cheater automatically because of this program we built, reading the logs in real time, but also serving as a feeder to the leaderboards. That's some of the things we had to do because ArmA being, or DayZ being DayZ, or ArmA being ArmA. There are many things, but once we could,
you have to really carefully.
I have to be careful, but I also have to. I mean, once we could spectate, it was easy. As soon as someone was losing connection, we could spectate them, seeing them sitting in front of a car, losing connection, and actually trying to dupe. So that really helped us in getting rid of a lot of dupers. Now, I don't want to paint the picture that DayZ is full of cheaters, because a couple of years ago, BattleEye finally updated BattleEye, meaning not many people actually could cheat in ArmA, or there might be private cheats still, but the majority of cheats for ArmA 2 vanished overnight. thanks to this change in how BattleEye went to a driver instead of the old technique they were using. This was around 3 years ago. It was very clear for us as well because we had a lot of less problems thanks to that. Crazy, yeah.
All
I
right.
wonder.
So,
Yeah.
no. Finish the thought. It's about you, not me.
Yeah. I sometimes when I speak about this, I wonder why I even started, or rather how I could continue. But we found the ways around it. That the passion for the game and the server was stronger than actually giving in to cheaters, basically.
Oh shit! Another improvised question. Just jumping off of what you said here. How have these server running experience and your job hobby how has it impacted your actual professional life? Have you learned anything? Have you become better at your work? Has it moved? Have you become better as a person, as a human being, maybe as a father or a husband or something? Have you changed as a person?
That's a really complex but also good question. Yes, the answer is yes. And one of the reasons is I've learned to actually see trolls instantly just by them actually typing in our Discord. I have some sense saying this player is becoming a problem. Usually I contact them right away asking them why are they typing what they're typing, and if they're giving me a bullshit answer I will get rid of them immediately. But this has also helped me help others. My girlfriend, for example, is admin for a lot of not a lot but some groups on Facebook, and she comes to me usually showing people typing stuff in these Facebook groups, and all I say to her is block and ban. That's a troll. The person will inflict a lot of damage in a very short time, irreparable damage in worst case scenarios. Let me see your rules. Let's see if the person already has broken any rules, and if they haven't, you need to come up with rules against toxicity to get rid of these persons fast. This is becoming a problem over the internet, unfortunately, all over the world. We even have politicians. I don't want to be political or anything here, but if Donald Trump would have been a player on DayZ Europa, he would have been banned instantly because of all the lies and also the calculating way of actually trying to create diversity, for example. It's a very bad comparison, but I think you understand what I'm trying to say. People like that, and I'm not going after Donald Trump, but people like that can destroy a lot within a community in a very short time, unfortunately. Internet is dead, yes. But also I want to address a really quick question from, I'm not sure you see in the chat, VSG, but I also have a question from Oaktree. He says, next to being an admin, did you play the mod yourself, and how did this evolve over the years? Did you play under another name? Did being an admin affect your gameplay and experience? Thanks for a great question, and 2 people have also given a thumbs up to that. This is one of the prices I paid as an admin. I stopped playing. And one of the reasons is I knew Nox and Vidko still were playing. So we had and since I knew they liked to play, I could be the one. They would contact me saying, hey, could you look this up? Because since they were active players on the server, they didn't want to go into the logs or into the map to actually see, and I could be the one, as I wasn't playing professionally, that's a poor choice of words, as I wasn't playing actively on the server, I could be the one that could check information so they didn't have to see it, and I could feed them information, or rather handle the case more or less, so they didn't have to handle it. So to answer your question, Oaktree, one of the things that happened, the bigger the server became, the less I played myself, unfortunately. I usually always played under a different name, and it surely did affect my gameplay experience, because I had to check the map a couple of times a week for illegal builds, base builds, for example, but I don't have a setting on the map saying, could you only show me the builds that are illegal? Instead, I saw all bases. And how can I, as a server owner and admin, go into the server and try to break into a base when I already know where it is? It's not... I shouldn't be playing on the server for the sake of the players that actually invest time in building their base. So to answer your question, Octree, I unfortunately had to stop playing myself because I had to admin the server. Now, again...
I'm sorry to jump in.
Yep.
I'm gonna have to leave you alone. You have the list of the questions.
Yes, I'll go along.
Make sure you don't repeat answers on the questions you already have answered.
Yes.
But before, and thanks everybody for participating, and thank you for giving me the chance. But I'm gonna leave off with a question I'd like an answer to.
Yes.
One thing, how do you plan to preserve the history and legacy of Europa, and is there a chance for some Europa merchandise somewhere? So with that, I'm off.
Thank you,
Good night.
Thank you.
And thank you.
Thank you.
Really appreciate it.
So that's a great question. I frowned a bit when I saw that question because I realized I haven't planned for actually preserving anything. I'm in a situation where I've been running DayZ Europa for 9 years. It's been me waking up at 3 o'clock in the morning, going up to the computer, starting to read logs, trying to find who the fuck blew up the whole server. It's been me being downtown, restarting the server over RDP from an iPhone, even though I'm supposed to be and be with other friends. So I've been pretty much working 24/7 with DayZ Europa in one way or another. This has really affected me. I have 3 kids today.
Винил говорит, тролли токсичные были на сервере, говорит. Говорит, в 3 часа ночи просыпался проверять, кто взорвал нахуй весь сервер. Привет, Зик.
It has really taken a lot of my time and a lot of my effort in actually running the server in a way that has been required for a server on the level we've been on, so to speak. So the feeling I have now is I just want to turn it off and leave it all behind. But I realized, as I wrote in one of the announcements earlier, people have met friends for life here. We have created something really, really special with DayZ Europa, of course. And the short answer is I have no plan to preserve anything. I'm happy Slimer is recording this AMA, so it can be put up on Twitch, is my guess, as archived. But besides that, I don't really have a plan to actually move along. I might be of a different opinion once DayZ Mod 2.0 gets released. If it gets released, I'll get to that in a bit as well. But for me, this is one of the reasons I decided to try to run DayZ Europa without bases, for example. Bases is, and I've realized during the last years, is even though I know a lot of people, when players love building bases, it's, as I wrote in a post a year or 2 ago, there are many disadvantages of running bases.
Блэквута нет здесь.
Besides the fact that it creates toxicity or amongst players. Players quit playing when they get raided. It affects server performance. One of the biggest things regarding bases for me is it can take me up to 2, 3, 4 hours of digging logs that you would laugh at if you saw, trying to find out what actually happened, if base raid has been legit or not legit.
А Blackwood реально здесь, да.
Found ways to actually look at stashes and tents within these bases. We found the object ID for that base, and then we started searching restart for restart. When was this stash updated the last time? Once we find an update of the stash in question, we will start looking at the coordinates of the stash, and then using that coordinate or coordinates close to that coordinate, we can actually see players that are close to the
Зик, позови Цеплениша в Discord. Напиши ему, чтобы он с Дискорда зашел сюда.
them and track their inventory to see, okay, I can actually see that they put stuff into their inventory at the same time as stuff is disappearing from the stash, and also looking at another log, seeing that no guesses has been done for the code, no breaking attempts has been done on the base gates. This is an operation that has been taking incredible amount of time, and also something that has made me really get tired of actually keep on running the server, because it's a no-win situation. The player contacts me saying, hey, my base got raided, do you know why? And I start looking in the logs 3 or 4 hours later. I have either banned the player or 2 players, and the group stops playing because they get banned, or 1 player in the group gets banned, and the player that got raided, even though I decide to restore their tents and stashes that have been raided and destroyed, I'm losing that group of players as well. So bases for me, if you ask me, has been, and I believe this is one of the questions up ahead as well, one of the reasons
Дядя, ну
we
типа
have
прощается,
seen the decline in players over the years. Even though bases has
история
lost a lot of
заканчивается.
players, I believe
Мои ролики на стриме я пользуюсь
this is
возможностью рекламить.
many players have quit playing the mod, unfortunately. So it's yeah. I realize I'm running this on my own now, so I'll just go through chat really quick here to make sure I'm not losing any questions. Just want to catch up to really see if there are any questions that I should attend. Give me a second here. So I want to add a tiny side note, since I played with vinyl in the early years of 2013 and on. This is GJ. He says, I think most of the original DayZ team got to know each other through World of Warcraft. That's correct. We were up to 10 very hardcore players at the same time, often leading to situations on servers where we were very dominant and collected too many resources. Don't get me started, Georgi. My experience is that Viner played less after launching Europa, possibly because he felt that the burden of playing while also having to be an admin and knowing what other players were doing hindered the experience. Viner ? Yes, I believe I addressed that Oak Tree question as well. That's the case, unfortunately, which is might also be a reason. Even though I don't believe I would feel the urge to play DayZ Mod 9 years. It's a combination, of course, but being an admin and an owner really, of course, made things harder to play personally on the server. But I was more interested in making sure everybody on the server had a great experience, but also performance. I've been investing a lot of time in looking at it now. In hindsight, a piece of shit software that will never run great, unfortunately. So it's my hopes are for DayZ 2.0, which brings me to that question.
Короче,
I realize that might be a question that we should address in the end of this AMA. So what else do we have? Two Thank you so much for all the energy and lifetime over the years. The retirement deserved. Thank you, Gornix. Hope you find the relief and joy. I already have found it. Thank you so much. So Slimer says, call Mr. Seplenish to join, please. He should be here today. Yes, the more the merrier. So from Pine Tree, question for whenever it fits. How much time did managing the server take for you and the team on the daily?
Это похороны и есть.
That's a good question. As I tried to say earlier, this is
Мне микрофон не дают. Хочу микрофон, чтобы мне дали.
shortly after wipe is more.
Я им расскажу, блядь, как нахуй эти космические корабли бороздят.
You do want to address situations that.
Ладно, я ему напишу сейчас.
And this is usually around toxic players going berserk in Discord and so on. But I also want to mention we did a lot of things to automate the adminning of the server, so to speak, to kick and perhaps even ban, even though it was temporary, players that did render strange logs, for example. We had tools for that, which made it a bit easier to maintain. But again, bases is what took a lot of time, especially investigating base rates. The logs are so incredibly advanced. It's you have to come up with new ways of actually finding what you're looking for, and I realized the easiest way was for me to find out who has been close to the base, ban that player, and ask them to contact me, and then just ask a very simple question. I noticed you raided this base. Tell me more about it. And then have the player tell me how they raided the base, and then I could check if their story actually was what I saw in the logs. And that way we could find cheaters and dupers and stuff like that. So Leo Pons asks me, do you have a vinyl collection? What style of music? Where are you from? How old are you? I'm turning 50 in September. I'm from Sweden, and I have a vinyl collection, and I'm into electronic music. I actually made I've been working professionally with electronic music for almost 15 years. I toured the world. I played in front of 120,000 people on the Red Square in Moscow, 90,000 people in St. Petersburg, I believe. I played records to punk on Energy in France.
90,000 people? Он говорит, выступал на Красной площади.
I'm just telling you about my former life as a music producer, electronic music.
Музыкальный продюсер он.
The group it was me and my childhood friend. We ran an electronic dance music project called Antelope back in the 90s. Two of our biggest songs is In My Mind and Believe, but we released 2 albums, and we were active for around 14 years. Yes. So that's some of my history. Thanks for putting questions in the chat, everyone. I hope I'm addressing as much as I can here. Hey ho from Schnee Henry. Hey man. Just another short question from Walk3. Were you in contact with mod developers, and how many people were or are still contributing to the code today? That's a great question. Now, at the beginning of me starting DayZ Europa, I was fortunate to actually get in contact with Razer, which is the head honcho for DayZ Mod at the time. Razer was in contact with Bohemia. Razer was put in place by Dean Hall to actually be, because Dean Hall made Bohemia promise the community, the DayZ Mod community, that up until the day DayZ Standalone is released, or rather Bohemia have to put out any new versions contributed, or rather put together by...
Зик, накидай смайликов там на реакции на вопрос. Надо Гуфи-Губера разбанить.
One of the biggest servers at the time, and not only us, but all other server admins at the time running ArmA 2 servers have a direct lane to Razer. So one of the features is, you can't see in the lobby anymore who's in game or who's actually in lobby. That's one of our suggestions, for example, because we could see it was being used for metagaming. So we suggested it to Razer, and he fixed it in the code. So that's we worked fairly closely, I must say, with Razer for many years. He would send us fixes, for example, and since we were a server usually full all the time, we could implement the fixes right away and give him feedback instantly if something was and I mean, his job was to basically collect what does the community want. So when people started whining about the MI17, for example, he listened and removed it. He said, well, it's all you have to do is shoot it down, and we pointed out it's not really possible, it seems bugged. But he didn't play the game, so we had to actually make him shoot down MI17 before he realized, hey, this is broken, I need to remove it. That's why it was removed. So it was removed based on players complaining about it, but when he started looking into it, he realized it was bugged. So that's another example of some of the many things we have contributed to DayZ Mod with the help of Razer, or rather he was asking us, what do you guys think? But not only us, other server owners. And I also want to mention a thing I did early on when starting DayZ Europa. I actually collected all the ArmA 2 server admins I could get hold of, and if I didn't get hold of them, I would ask people that I thought knew them and ask them to join a Discord we put up, which is the DayZ Mod's Discord you see today.
Бля, Зик, твоя реклама нахуй.
Discord, which is server admins and bad. So that's where we admins
Зик, блядь.
not only with
Пафосно
Razer, but
начал. Ну,
also
чуваки, это
amongst each
просто
other,
циво пятое.
building
Многие
a
знают, что такое
stronger
циво пятое.
community
Это пошаговая
together
стратегия,
and
где ты
making
можешь
sure
сам
we could
построить
keep track of
собственную
cheaters and ban them and
цивилизацию,
share bans
собственные
really
города и
easily
страны, запустить
amongst
индейцев в космос,
the
начать войну.
admins. So this was during a time when cheating was a big problem still, and it really helped us conquer that or maintain servers without having them crashed. I don't know if you remember, but there was a way of actually crashing a DayZ ArmA 2 server by just connecting and asking for a sound that wasn't in the mod that would crash the server. Now, thanks to Razer and Foxy, which is part of DayZ Europa Discord, Foxy wrote a little application we could run to make sure this wasn't possible anymore.
Я
Amongst
попытаюсь спросить, но он меня проигнорил, короче.
and another player, I believe, named
Он не хочет, чтобы я...
put the code together.
Где играть будем?
Use this to have
В мечтах, во снах.
DayZ servers, because Bohemia wasn't exactly helping us. So that way we a good example of how people are becoming stronger together, so to speak. Kasta rödlök, yeah, that's Swedish for throwing red onions, but also grenades, of course. Yes, so I'm trying to go along the questions in chat by now. Hey, what do you think about standalone from Onkel? Hey, man. To be honest, I have a love-hate relationship. I watch Smoke and I watch Running Man C.
Зик, ты на 1,5 часа задал вопрос, блядь.
Streaming, basically. I love the game. I think DayZ has progressed in a great way with DayZ standalone. There's so many great features I wish was in the mod, especially from a server admin perspective, but I do believe it lacks the atmosphere that DayZ Mod has. And just by them putting in the original music would for me make the world's difference. But I have a love-hate relationship to DayZ standalone. Yeah, some parts of me love it, some parts of me hate it. But I do really enjoy watching big-time streamers as Smoke and Running Man C, or even Sweet Sour, Sweet Sour, that used to play on Europa back in the days. Watching him stream as well. They all stream in first person, which I believe adds to the immersiveness of the game. I wish we could run DayZ Europa in first person all the time, but it's not as good as it is in standalone, for example, which makes it hard. So Slimer writes, or rather, I'll get back to your question, Slimer, as well. Let me get back to some of the questions I hope I haven't answered already from you guys. So I'll just read them, type them out in chat, and answer them. Let's see. Could you? Yes, I've shared some unforgettable moments. And please, why don't you also share some unforgettable moments in chat? That would be really cool to see as well. What do you remember from DayZ Europa, or what do you remember from DayZ Mod? Please share your answers, post links to videos if you want to. Maybe we can watch them in a bit. I'll try to see if I can answer more questions. So, what was the most challenging aspect of maintaining and running the server? And I believe I've answered this somewhat already, but one of the things is constantly being on guard, so to speak, more or less 24/7. But also the most challenging is taking care of investigating.
Он меня прочитал, не хочет разбанивать.
Whoa, that has been painful, to put it mildly. And probably especially since no matter what the result is, someone usually always quits playing the game, which is just you say win-win. This is a lose-lose, so to speak. Someone got their base raided, someone is getting banned, the community is getting smaller. It's just DayZ Mod in that aspect, if you ask me, is broken. And if you would ask me, what do you think has contributed to DayZ Europa actually shutting down? A short answer would be bases, unfortunately. Even though we believed in them for a very long time, looking back at it now, it's caused more problems than it has created a bigger community. I believe the community has become smaller because of bases, unfortunately. To answer that question. So from your experience, Hisoka, or rather, let me have Slimer first. Since 2012, I have believed that admins should be very strong and independent, and such admins were on DayZ Europa. Thank you, Slimer. Admins should be against strong pressure, and it's unbelievable how long the admin level has lasted. And it's no surprise that it's finally over. Speaking of toxic players, is it possible to unban Goofy Goober in the Discord? He really wants to get here. Why not? This is the last evening. I'll try to make sure that it happens.
Goofy Goober ще разбаним.
I'll see if I can get that done. Give me a second, guys. Please share your greatest stories in chat during that would be great. I would love to see that.
Я Goofy Goober разбанил.
So let's see. Server settings, banned players. So I'm trying to find banned players here. It's not as easy as I thought. It used to be a separate cut. There we go. I don't know what name he had when he got banned, because I can't find him searching for Goofy. So I need to know what nick he wishes to be unbanned on, so he can join them. So Hisoka says, from your experience with coders and progress of DayZ Mod over time, what is your opinion about 2.0? Can it be done, or will it be too late to gather all the mod community back when it's released? Let me answer that question in a couple of different ways. One of my experiences is, as soon as DayZ Mod has been updated, we have seen an unprecedented amount of players joining the server. That was even bigger than server wipes. Once the mod got updated, the server was full for a very, very long time. So and let's take that question right away. Let's talk about DayZ Mod 2.0 and looking ahead. I'm still trying to figure out if it's a good time to talk about 2.0 now, or if we should end with that, because that's actually the future, I believe. I've covered that question. What was the inspiration behind starting DayZ Mod server? I told you I tried finding great vanilla servers to play. They all were modded and shitty if they were vanilla, so that's why I started DayZ Europa. So this is a question. Yeah, we have a couple of questions here. Let's take both of them and try to answer them as well. I'll post them in chat so you see what I'm answering to. So let's start with number 5. Could you describe a typical day of running the server? Yes, it's me waking up, starting Discord, seeing what's been going on during the night. I'm also checking the logs. Has anyone been banned automatically? For what have they been banned? Is it
Элман, спасибо, но походу не подойдет.
Or is it actually a cheater? If it's a cheater, I will copy the logs I have.
Ригна, здорово, передам.
The server admins in the Discord I mentioned earlier to make sure that player can't cause harm on other servers. Besides that, just making sure everything runs good. I read basically through the Discord what has been posted, what are people saying, is there anyone that is having issues? If it seems like that's the only player that is having issues, I'm contacting him privately with a message saying, hey man, I saw what you wrote in side chat. I've also checked your logs. I could see you have 21 disconnects the last 2 months. Are you sure your internet is working as it should, for example? And then try to help him figure out why he's having a bad experience on the server, if I could pinpoint it to me believing it might be an issue. Let's say you have an old router. The firmware hasn't been updated for 3 or 4 years. It keeps on disconnecting you. That's going to be a bad experience on the server, maybe to the extent that you believe that other players are even cheating because you have such a bad connection to the server. Stuff like that, for example, that could fill my days. Pretty much making sure I'm aware of what's going on the server, tracking player numbers, maybe watching the online map we have for built bases, for example. Is there a base built in a no-build zone? Then do I need to contact the owner saying, hey man, I'm supposed to delete your base without telling you anything. I'm giving you a chance to move it. When can you have it done? Because you built it against our rules, for example. Stuff like that. To move on to question number 6, how did you manage to build such a strong and supportive community around Europa? I believe presence is key, and also make sure the server is always up. That has been my main priority. That's why I've spent an incredible amount of time of trying to secure the server and automating situations, getting rid of players that could pose a threat towards other players on the server, and even the server needing to be rolled back or updated and stuff like that. So that's a shitty video, but yes, that's me. Thank you, Senland. Yep. But let's talk about the elephant in the room, shall we? DayZ Mod 2.0. What do I know? Have I played it? Hell yes, I have. What is their aim? When will it be done? Some of the questions that have been posted to me is DayZ Mod 2.0 real? Active project? And a follow-up question, if yes, is there a way to follow its development or about it somehow? So let's start with talking about what is DayZ Mod 2.0. So one of the players on DayZ Europa is Foxy, and another player is Swift Parry. They decided a couple of years back, once the development of DayZ, once Razer left the ship, so to speak, to rewrite everything. Because what I want you to understand and know is that DayZ Mod is actually not a... if you would ask me, I would say it's a collection of scripts miraculously working together. I'm amazed to even see that 50 players can play on DayZ Europa without bigger problems, knowing how the code looks and what it is. It's a big community of people contributing. So let's say, for example, remember a couple of years back we got arrows showing if you were heating up or if you were cooling down. That's from another player that suggested the code.
Не знаю, не слышу.
It got implemented. But
Так все нормально, я
once it got
написал.
implemented, the first question we got from Razer was, has something else broken? Because he didn't know.
Я,
That's how
я все нормально написал, Ринг.
is. So what they wanted to do
Давайте Лексара лучше посмотрим, блядь, на стриме, нахуй.
Swift was to Foxys also goes on.
Бля, а почему видео недоступно?
And they're in the DayZ Europa
Не
squad.
понял.
And Foxy contributed a lot to DayZ Mod. I just want to start by saying that, and maybe
Блядь.
Paris Swift did as well. I'm not
Ну
sure.
тогда вот это.
Paris Swift has really helped us the last while.
Давайте подрубим Лексара.
The functionality of not being able to glitch into bases as easily, but also gates degrading when you break the lock, so the lock breaks. That's thanks to Paris Swift, for example. But let's keep the story straight here. So they decided to rewrite everything
Шараут Лексару.
from the ground up, remove everything and redo it. To answer the question, is it real? Is it still an active project? The answer is yes. I've played it. It ran amazingly for me, and they have solved a lot of issues with DayZ Mod. And to be honest, one of the if I would ever host a server again, it would most likely be DayZ Mod 2.0. And this is based on the information I received from them and how I have knowing what they are capable of, and also knowing their dedication to simplicity, but also how do you say, what's the word, staying true to the original, so to speak. So to answer that question, yes, it's real. And if yes, is there a way to follow its development or to get updates about it somehow? The answer there is yes and no. They are active in the DayZ Mod Discord. There is a channel called DayZ Mod 2.0, I believe, or DayZ 2.0. But it's an invite channel only for now. If I were you and would be interested in knowing more, I would join the DayZ Mod Discord. I can share an invite here, I believe. Yeah, I'll paste it here. And start asking questions if there's anything you can do to help. I did contact one of them earlier before this Ask Me Anything, because I realized I would get this question. I wanted to ask him if it was okay for me to share their names, but also answer the questions you have been asking. So,
Зик, может, пятую включим, блядь, на стриме, нахуй.
On the second one, 1A, it's yes and no. The channel for DayZ 2.0 is not open, it's private, but join, ask questions, ask how you can help, and hopefully you will get invited and can follow the development of DayZ 2.0. What I know so far is that it would probably be able to run 128 players without problems, because they've rewritten everything. It's a fucking soup of scripts today, I can say. I can tell you, DayZ 1.9.0. No matter how much
Там один видос почему-то не допускается.
will not really able to run more than 50 players once we start getting a lot of objects on the server, as in bases. Bases is a really killer. I don't know if you've seen, but Nox, my colleague, has created great towers for DayZ. It was supposed to be on Europa. This happened just before DayZ Europa or DayZ Mod, the development was
Чисто Лексара включили, блядь, на стриме.
what I do know is that it's his towers and his buildings are in DayZ Mod 2.0, meaning running a server
Винил, короче, да,
could easily be
растекается.
having a rule saying you're not allowed to block off any spawning loot, for example, because now you can once DayZ 2.0 becomes a reality, you can actually build bases wherever you want on the map with a roof for collecting and protecting your gear from shoppers, for example. So that's two of the one third thing I also know is that if you break a lock on a base, the lock will be destroyed.
Ну,
That's
реально надо
from
в
where we
президент
got the
идти.
idea of actually implementing that on our server.
А поиграем где-нибудь еще.
Is it going to be released on Steam or through launcher? That's a great question, Zenlant, because it won't be on Steam. Exactly, there was some vanilla mod launcher. Yes, I remember that. I even downloaded it the other day, tried it. I wouldn't trust it. But yes, short answer to your short question. It won't most likely be released on Steam, because if it would be released on Steam, we would have to have the blessing from Bohemia. But again, as I said, the deal here is that Bohemia was supposed to support the DayZ Mod community until the DayZ Standalone was released, and it has been released. So they are not giving, if you ask me, or rather the last conversation I had with Razer was that he couldn't get hold of Bohemia anymore. They were not answering him, so they don't care. That's the reality. So to answer your question, that's going to be, or that's rather my suggestion as well to both Perry Swift and Foxy, that they should build a launcher which will help anyone wanting to play the DayZ 2.0 to be able to download it easily. This is a reality and can be done. Just look at the Epoch and the other mods. Some of them are not on Steam and they still thrive and work perfectly. So it's possible by launching a launcher, but we won't be seeing it on Steam, I could say, to 99% sureness, unfortunately, because of politics. That's the way it is. So Slimer says Ringnet wants me to tell you that he sent you really huge respect. No matter you guys had some fights in Discord, yes we did. He and our team believe you best admin we have ever had. Thank you so much. Goofy Goober's next name to unban Parfit. Do you think that M107, AS50 and MI17 shouldn't be removed and DMR, night vision and damage should be fixed? Yes, I think all of those. I talked to Razer many times asking him to consider unbanning M107 and AS50. I believe they were some of the end game things that really got me hooked on DayZ. Besides the fact that you could find and fix a shopper, you could also shoot them down. M107 or AS50. I was really trying to have him put them back into DayZ Mod, but he never did, unfortunately. I tried to convince him by saying, hey, we have greater security today. It won't be an issue. And I told him about the parser we had, for example. One shot and he will be banned, kicked automatically. Didn't change his mind, unfortunately. But to answer your question, Slimer, and thank you, yes, I believe both M107, AS50 and MI17 should be in game. AS50 and M107 we know work correctly, so that's not an issue. MI17 needs to be fixed first, but I know there are people that can fix it. And night vision, DMR night vision. I don't oppose DMR night vision. What I do oppose is the L85 with thermal scope. That was a bit OP, if you ask me. I remember sitting on Northwestern Airfield shooting a player across the airfield 400 or 500 meters away. He couldn't even see me, but I could see him thanks to the thermal L85. It's OP, I believe. So let's try to get Mr. Goofy Goober unbanned really quickly here.
Yeah.
Let me try to do that at the same time. You're really poor at adding your best stories inside or in chat here, so please get better on that. I'm trying to have things happening here at the same time. I'm just gonna try to there we go. All right, so Goofy Goober should be able to join now as well. So I'm trying to read through some other of the messages you have written here. So yes, the performance on Europa were a big thing early on. A stable 60 FPS used to be an unattainable number, and Europa got there a long time before most all DayZ vanilla servers, all due to the hard work organized by Vinyl and contributed by Emil and others.
Я, короче, не хочу на YouTube стримить,
I've tested the
потому
network
что
settings in
не хочу,
ArmA.
короче. Я не настроил.
It's called basic.c.
Я лучше выложу какие-нибудь нарезки отсюда.
See if I can find one and paste
Может быть, а может быть нет.
in chat here. But what I want to tell you is what I ended up with running was pretty much the same values as they had on the Bohemia site. Basically default. All I did was add some more bandwidth to the server. So instead of running 1024 kilobits, not even a megabyte or megabit rather, I added, so I made sure every player had 512k for data by themselves. This meant, or rather what I could see was 0 to close to non-lag in close combat situations, but also players could join fairly fast. Now this is all dependent on your own connection, of course, but from what I could see, the server was running really, really well. But the irony here is that the best settings was basically back to default, even though I tweaked them just a bit for performance, is what I ended up with running in the end, and that's been the setting I've been using for the last 4 or 5 years.
А чё на это-то?
Holy shit, it's getting a lot of you. I'm having a good time. I hope you are having a good time. I could tell a lot of great contributions in the chat here. I'm trying to read them, and I'm also mixing them with some of the questions I have received on beforehand here. Yes, so they released DayZ standalone 1.0 right after patch 064. That's not fair. Maybe you mentioned from Pine Tree, but is DayZ 2.0 likely to be released within the next 1 to 3 years? I would say yes, but I also want to say that the answer I got from Perry Swift when I talked to him today was the reason they are not making the development of DayZ 2.0 officially
CPT Nero?
without pressure.
Это, кстати, не
And
CPT
they
Nero,
also
по-моему.
want to work without expectations.
Наверное,
So with
другой
that
Nero.
in mind, I would ask you to have that in mind once you join the DayZ.
А, этот Nero, да, кстати,
and
этот
ask
возможно.
if there's anything you can do to help. And the time will come when they will start releasing. But again, I have even played it just to sort of mention how far they have come, so to speak. So my hopes are
Бля,
for of
такой
course,
сюр, блядь, мы смотрим Лексана нахуй на стриме.
if
В
the
Европе,
next question
блин.
would be if I would run such a server, the answer is
Мне кажется, это
after
вообще
testing
идеально.
and making sure it won't the bases won't be broken. I would maybe in the future considering running such a server. Yes. So let's see, what else do we have in chat? One of the most touching moments in DayZ Mod Virtual Life was the meeting to honor of Wake's real life that one special night. I might ask
Попробуйте на
whether
YouTube.
okay
На
to
YouTube
post it in
подключить
Europa
можете.
when the time comes again. I have serious footage of it. Great Gornix, and I'm really happy we could honor
Я через
Wake
OBS
as a
не
player
смогу,
with
наверное,
the,
это
and this is
сделать.
also again thanks to Paris Swift.
Как было
That
настраивать?
finally helped
Пизду,
us
короче.
not only get the grave in place, but also the text showing automatically once you got close to it. That meant a lot to me, and I've thanked Paris Swift many times for making that a reality, so we could honor him in a nice way. So G says another great memory, me getting sniped at Northwestern Airfield as the only person being stealthy with the rest of the team having a frigging barbecue standing up in the middle of the airfield. I remember that.
Мне кажется, он под пивас. Мне кажется, винил под пивас.
That's great memory. Who was the troublesome player of group of players you have ever faced on the Europa history? It's your choice to answer. I don't mind if you refuse. I don't mind answering that question. It's fairly easy to actually answer. Now, we had a group called MIX back in the days. This consisted of Sportivo Man and Super Sand. I don't know where to start. I almost banned Super Sand back in 2014 from the server, but then the server was not really a big server, so I never did ban him. But one of his first videos is about admin abuse. That player is 100% convinced, and most of the times when he dies, it's actually an admin using the tools on the server to kill him. I have more examples. Father Guy is another player, unfortunately.
Передозировка пива. Передозировка кринжом.
This is a toxic behavior that had me forced, unfortunately, to ban not only him but the whole group. They could do stuff. Let's say a player on the server reported one of the players in this specific group. Now, what they would do they would chase him across other servers, and by the help of Game Tracker and the points he had. Because it's sort of based on how long you've been alive and how many zombies you have killed. That way, they could guess where on the server he was and then track him down and kill him and talk a lot of shit indirect to that player. Now, we got to see footage of this. I don't remember basically all the turns around this, but what I do remember is me being contacted by the admins on US 434 saying, hey, we're about to go forward and ban the whole group because of this. And we believe they are creating more harm than good on our server. What are your thoughts? And I said, I'm all with you because they've created a lot of shit here as well. And I believe if we both ban them, it will have a bigger impact, so to speak. So that was a tough choice because we have never done anything similar. But looking back at it, it was the right choice to ban a whole group like that. Unfortunately, this is, I must say, they are very special characters. Let's put it that way. There's no reason for me to sit here and talk shit about them, but I wish they realized how much damage they did to the community based on their actions, so to speak. We had to step in and make sure it stopped. So for the sake of the server, we took the decision to ban the whole group. That's a long answer, but I hope I'm answering your question, Hisoka. It's all the decisions ever taken by me, Nox, Vidko, or anyone else and we discussed them thoroughly, has always been what's best for the server and the players on the server, not the majority or rather a group that's making a lot of noise. I saw someone post the other day in side chat saying it's a shame that the admins here have protected donating players and that they have protected players that play in big groups because they don't. That's completely wrong. In this case, as I'm describing to you, where we saw how much impact a few players, let's say they were 3 or 4 or 5, had on the rest of community, even though they were quite a big group, we had no doubts about moving forward and banning them for the best of the server, so to speak. Now, this is fortunately not a big problem. It didn't used to be a big problem, but at this time it became a big problem, not only on our server, but on other servers as well. And that's why they were banned by the community, so to speak. I hope I'm answering that question correctly. I'm sorry if my son is making noise in the background. It sounds like he got bit by something. I don't know what the fuck's going on, but yes. So let's see. Who was the oldest player in mod you know, and how old is he today? That must have been, I don't know, maybe Crucial, yes. Or maybe me, I'm 50. Slimer says, what's your opinion on big Slavic squads and their controversial behavior sometimes? And what's your opinion on DayZ Europa memes characters we have, Alieska, Spartacus, Skeletor, and others? Let me tell you about Alieska Bastard. He was banned on pretty much all other servers. He hadn't misbehaved on Europa, so when he came over, based on what I have heard from other admins, I decided to talk to him early. And we put up some rules. I said, this, if you want to play here, this you need to follow the rules, but also I've seen you made problems in other servers. So I want to talk to you with that. I believe I gained his respect and he gained my respect early on by talking. One of the agreements we had was that he was supposed to stay off Discord. And the reason for that is he couldn't always put bans on his feelings, as a Swedish expression, but I think you understand what I'm saying. Which resulted in him going all in on Discord, so to speak, and that became an issue. So back and forth, but he has been... I believe anyone deserves a chance to play. I mean, yes, I understand this is a private server, but I had no reason to ban him based on what other server admins told me. And I also believe that thanks to me actually talking to him early, going through my expectations and hearing his expectations, we had an agreement early on that if he wants to play on Europa, he needs to follow the rules, so to speak. And even though I've had some issues with Alieska Bastard, and I'm not here to single him out in any way, rather I believe I'm giving him props here. I believe he found his home on DayZ Europa for many years, and
Yes.
I can't. Yeah, I believe he deserved a chance like everybody else, so to speak. I had no reason to ban him based on what other admins told me. So big Slavic squads. I'm not really sure what you mean by that. Spartacus, what an original. I love that guy. If you haven't, follow his bodybuilding guy. He's a legend. He's a fucking legend. What can I say? Skeletor, I remember banning early on because he kept on losing connection and creating tons of lines in our logs for no reasons. We had a great talk, and then he has been a player on the server ever since. More people are joining. I'm happy to see that. This is Ask Me Anything. I've received a couple of questions on beforehand. I'm trying to answer them, but I'm also urging you to put questions in chat. And if you can't find the chat,
Славян не хочет ничего говорить.
Voice channel,
Не понимаю, говорит, о чем вы говорите.
where it says open chat,
Я хотел немножко этого...
and you would be able to see the chat. It takes some time before you find it. I can also see we have the developers of DayZ Mod 2.0 in or at least one of them in chat, which is great to see. Hello, Foxy. Welcome. Thank you for all your hard work, not only for the mod, but also
Не
for
хотят про Big Slavic Squads говорить.
So, I can vouch 100%, GE says, 100% for vinyl against any accusations of admin abuse. I donated a couple of times and didn't get any special treatment despite being in direct contact. I think I may have rage quitted once or twice by being legitimately killed, and I knew there wouldn't be any point even in asking to have my character restored. You're correct. To answer that question, when I told you all about me putting together this collection of server admins for ArmA 2 servers. One of the first tips I was get rid of Infistar, learn to read the logs. And that's what we did for many, many years. And we're back to that now. But for a year or two, when the server was, when I told you when we peaked at number 1, being the biggest ArmA 2 server in the world, we used an anti-hack system. But we never caught any cheaters, really. We basically caught dupers by using that because we could spectate players losing connection quickly. Now, we have banned donators even. You don't get a special treatment. Again, I'm 50 years old. I don't know how old Nox is, but pretty close to me, even though I believe he's younger. Sick is closer to me in age as well. We're old farts, you know. Being fair, if we wouldn't been fair, we wouldn't been able to run DayZ Rupa for such a long time as we.
Джанки говорит, он старый пердун.
Of course, we've made mistakes.
Не будем его
Many mistakes, I would say. Even it comes with the game. Remember how I told you about running this World of Warcraft guild, coming up with new rules to make sure everybody. It was the same journey here, and the biggest challenge was to keep.
Что спросить у него еще, мужик?
Even though you were handling toxic players. But in the end, I just started getting rid of them early on.
Что спросить?
To save not only my energy, and that's the least important, but to limit.
Может спросить, Нокс с админкой играет. Нормальная тема?
And especially once the community.
Тут Нокса, правда, нету, я бы Нокса спросил. С админкой заебись играть было.
But interest for the server became less and less, or interest for the mod, I would say, because even though player numbers on the Rupa has declined, we have still been the most popular server when it comes to DayZ Mod, pretty much all the time. So let's go back to some of the questions I've received on beforehand, because there's a lot of great questions here. At the same time, the plan, Senlanth is asking, are new bases going to be in 2.0? Yes, that's the plan. Nox has contributed them to Foxy, and
Но мы никогда не дюпали.
to my knowledge, they are in DayZ Mod 2.0. These are the great towers. Maybe someone can find the video and paste.
Я не дюпал, например, никогда.
The great towers that really remind of the DayZ Standalone, actually, before they came in Standalone, which was quite cool. But also the houses with roofs, so you can actually park even bigger vehicles, but also have tents, stashes hidden on the roofs, locked inside your base.
Да, когда-никогда. Мы знаем, когда-никогда. Но я никогда.
Received on beforehand. I've answered many of them already. I'm just trying to read them at the same time here. I'm talking to you. So yeah, let's get back to number 9 here, because this is 9 and 10.
Блин, Гуфи-Губи попросил разбан, залетел и вылетел.
Let's do that. So these are some of the last questions. Hero says, will you still play DayZ Mod in near future vinyl, maybe on another server? No, I won't. If there's anything I would play right now, it's DayZ Standalone, and even perhaps a specific map called Deer Isle. There's the base preview. Thank you very much, Senlanth. That's the base that Nox has created. that were supposed to be in
Что спросить, Зик?
DayZ 191, but before that became reality,
Можешь попросить цифры ниже разбавить?
and development stopped for DayZ Mod. So let's take question number 9 here. What do you believe led to the decline in interest over the last couple of years? And even though I've touched on this already, I would like to address it again because I also would like to hear maybe what you think around this. But if you ask me, as I said earlier, I believe bases are a big topic here regarding, because what I've seen is big groups building bases, getting raid, quitting the game, quitting the server, quitting the game. Players not bothering reading the server rules, glitching into bases, getting banned. And then bases and groups fighting, raiding each other's bases, and not only raiding, but also when you do that, destroy everything within the base. Now, I'm not in the position to tell anyone here how to play the game, but stuff like that makes people quit the game, unfortunately. So I believe, to answer that question, number 9, what I believe led to the decline in interest over the last couple of years, my answer is bases. The second answer is DayZ standalone becoming much better. Big streamers with up to 5,000-6,000 players every time they stream. Streaming DayZ standalone, showing that it's an incredible competent game today. Even though you can't compare the atmosphere to DayZ Mod, it's, if you want to play DayZ today, I wouldn't really recommend anyone playing DayZ Mod. I'm sorry. It's too clunky, it's too broken.
Зацените, бля.
Standalone is the best version of DayZ S today, if you ask me.
На нахуй, блядь.
That's before I've seen and played DayZ Mod 2.0. Number 10.
Лежать, блядь.
What's one thing you wish you could have done differently during the life of the server? I thought about this because I got this question on beforehand, and one thing I realized happened once Vidko left was it was only me, Nox, and Siki left. We could have needed that extra pair of hands. I should have been faster in trying to recruit another admin and get them up to speed, learning everything about reading logs, and that way maybe putting less stress on me, Nox, and Siki. That I wish I would have done differently. I believe. Besides that, it's maybe we could have tried. Maybe I should have reached out to Perry Swift earlier regarding help in changing some of the features of the server. I knew he contacted me early. This DayZ Europa server bot you see here today is one of his works. He contacted me quite early. Maybe I'm being too hard on myself here, but maybe I should have followed up the contact with him and made him help us early, so to speak. I believe some of the features we added in the last wipe was one of the best ever. Even though I would have seen it played out somewhat differently, but just the fact that it's harder to glitch into bases, that you can't third person behind a base wall or on the ledge rather, and also the fact that your lock becomes destroyed if someone successfully breaks into your base, I believe are fundamental features that should be in DayZ. So that's one of the things I wish I might have been done differently. Running the server has affected my personal life quite a lot. I've learned during the later years to not let it affect me in the same way, which has been good. Maybe I should have done that earlier as well. Now, question number 11 is, how do you think the landscape of survival third-person shooter games has changed since you started DayZ?
Здорово, подводник.
My answer to that is evolution. I mean, we're talking about the tech industry, even though it's the game industry. Things change, new cool features.
Ригнус, без негатива.
Still haven't seen a game
На подводника, чё опять?
as
На Андрюху, бля.
immersive, unforgiving
Андрюха, как дела?
and amazing as DayZ and DayZ Mod. I don't believe there are other games that do the same thing. They've really struck a nerve with these games. But what we have seen, I mean, anyone playing, what's the game called? Jesus, PlayerUnknown. Not many people realize that's the same person that actually created the first not King of the Hill, but the mod for ArmA 2. By not the same name, Battle Royale. Thank you, VSG. Jesus. I wish I could blame that I'm having too much wine, but I haven't even drinking one glass here, so it's not the alcohol. Battle Royale, thank you very much. Exactly. The creator of Battle Royale, he created it for ArmA 2. That's actually what, when he started collaborating with EA, became PlayerUnknown Battlegrounds. I believe DayZ has shaped the survival genre for many years to come, and I can't really say I've seen another game, even though Escape from Tarkov, Scum, and other games are attempting, but not really doing the same thing as well as DayZ.
Ну давай.
I just wish the servers could run more than 60 people in a good way. I'm talking about standalone. I believe that would change a lot. As I told you earlier, big groups wasn't really a problem on Europa as long as the server were full, 16 hours every day. Once player numbers started declining, big groups
Да
became
ничего.
a bigger problem for everybody else. So stuff like that is I'm not sure I'm answering the question, but hopefully I am. How I think the landscape of survival third-party shooters games has changed since I started Europa. Reading this question, I realized even though we've run Europa for almost 9 years, there haven't really been another server like DayZ Europa. I mean, some other ArmA 2 servers have even borrowed our name, tried to attract players, but we've been sticking to the original idea from day one, and that's to
Чё гонишь, что ли?
vanilla DayZ Mod. It's a beautiful game. It's a great game. It's the game I fell in love with. It's the game I fell in love with from day one when I started playing it. Nothing in me wanted to change that. Of course, me and Nox had some ideas during the later years to spice things up a bit. But all those decisions have still been taken with vanilla DayZ in mind. We didn't want to we never thought about giving players starter gear or teleporting players around, or I don't know. I remember joining servers early on, other vanilla DayZ Mod servers, and the first thing that happened was I got teleported, or an admin teleported to me on the beach asking if I needed a ride somewhere. And if I said yes, he would spawn in a car and he would drive me to Slenogorsk. What the fuck? What's the fun in that? That's the wrong way of running a server. So the idea here has been running DayZ Europa purely vanilla from the start. And I believe that's what singled us out in the beginning, and also what has singled us out in all the way to the end, so to speak. We've had a unique server, but it's not really unique. All we did was run vanilla and stay true to that, so to speak. So Steam Workshop saved standalone. I agree, Sandland. If anyone here is not aware of what Steam Workshop is a collection of mods you can find if you go to the DayZ page on Steam.
Мистер Сатаниш.
And there you can download mods,
Алик,
run your own server, or see what other mods are available. It really has changed the game to the better. To be honest, or to be fair, this is a tactic Bohemia has run for a very long time, luckily. Others as well, but yeah, I believe that's what's
народу полно, не помещает
Bohemia
на
is
экран.
still such an important player in the survival category of games. So let's see, bicycle. I'm trying to read through the chat here if there's anything I'm
Я тебе
missing.
сейчас скину видос.
Let's see. I don't think I am. So I believe I have answered most of the questions. What I think I would do now, let's just go. Let me see if I have answered all the questions, and if I have, please put in if there's a question you don't believe I
В
have
чат нельзя
answered,
ссылки кидать.
put it in chat and I will answer it. Hopefully, if we run for another hour, Nox would be able to join. I still need to eat something, but that could be fixed. I'm just trying to read. Is there a particular narrative or story created by the players that had left a significant mark on the server? I need to think about that one.
Ребята, все идите играть в подводнику, в стендалон на крутой сервак, бля.
I've answered this question in part, but let me...
Все к подводнику.
So GAE here has the DayZ watch. That's amazing. Cool. Yeah, GAE actually in chat here brought me a box of matches from, I believe, Stories of War. Someone they traveled to the area in Czechoslovakia where DayZ Chernarus is located, and when I hope I'm not destroying the story now, but I believe GAG told me he found a box of matches. Another DayZ fan, of course, probably placed a box of matches near the red roof, or rather the red tin barn in Stories of War, and he brought it back to me. I believe have it somewhere. Thank you, Gay, for that matchbox. That was pretty epic. So close to the rusted hangar in Stars of War. I was correct. Thank you, man. That's really, really cool. Put in some other questions in chat. I'll do a quick... yeah, let's go to the last question here. Even though I believe I have answered it somewhat already, but
тебе еще скинуть.
Could you share an unforgettable moment of collaboration or community support that stands out in the history of Europa? And is there a particular narrative or story created by the players that has left a significant mark on the server? Now, this is maybe not really server related, but as I told you how I was able to collect many server admins running ArmA 2 DayZ servers together, that really made a difference for all of us running an ArmA 2 server, so to speak, keeping cheaters out, helping with tips and tricks on how we could manage to run the server even better. But is there a particular narrative or story created by the players that has left a mark on the server? I have a hard time answering that because there's so much water under the bridge, so to speak. So I would like to bounce that question back to you guys. Are there any particular stories or narrative created by any of you or a group you know? Please share in chat. That would be cool to hear about that. I have a yes. VSK goes yes. Please share, man, and please unmute. I'm thinking about letting anyone unmute because we have run through all the questions. Do you think that's a good or
еще делать? Подводника надо запустить.
Actually,
под воду.
People unmute here. The big war between Willy Stroker and Supasand. Tell me more about that. Please unmute if you're able to. That would be great. I remember Supasand building bases that tricked players into glitching into them, and then he reported them. Oh, crazy. Fucking crazy. Yeah. But, unfortunately, Garnix, this doesn't work as WebEx and other meetings. So
Я тебе все отправил, дядя. Вот у тебя подводник Андрей.
For me and VSK in here.
Не был доставлен.
Yeah, but for some reason we can't unmute people.
Я подводник.
Even though it says we should.
Проблемы какие-то с тобой.
To actually in the role to be able to unmute. For some reason we can't, and I've tried. I believe it. Yeah, I don't know why it doesn't work, but I'll tell you what. Let's. I'm off the clock, sitting on a train. I understand. So I'll just do like this. I'll change the rights for this group.
Ура!
So all of you can speak.
Наконец-то. Но это ошибка сейчас будет. Пацаны, сейчас будет пиздец. Сейчас будет пиздец. Пизда будет.
So now you should be able to unmute yourself.
Нет.
Please try if you can, if you want to say something, and let me know if it works or not.
Это пиздец, бля.
It should be exciting. If could you please test to unmute if you wish to speak? Let me know if it works. Yes. So sorry for being late for the Q&A, says Mr. Alex. Hey man, seems I missed the part when you answered this question. Is
Сейчас там будет пизда сейчас.
still active project? The answer is yes. The developers are even in this chat, I believe. Foxy and Perry Swift are the guys responsible. To my knowledge, what they have done is pretty much
ВСГ у него всегда был размутный.
the whole thing.
ВСГ там особые права, подсос.
Created by a bunch of people, and then Razer trying to
ВСГ уже
sure nothing.
вопросов задавал до хера в начале. Потом срать ушел.
If you're asking me for a time frame, it's better to ask them. If there's a way to follow its development, the answer is yes. In DayZ Mod Discord, even though the DayZ 2.0 channel is locked and invites only, I would post in there asking if there's anything I can do to help. That way they will get a lot of testers, and hopefully we will see the release of DayZ 2.0 faster.
We will not see the release of DayZ
Yes.
faster.
So it seems no one is able to unmute so far from what I can see, so I'll check the settings again for this channel.
Значит, будет пиздец. Готовьтесь.
Permissions, everyone. And then let's check this as well. Let's do like that. Let's do like that. Save changes.
Пиздец.
All right. From what I can see, all permissions are as a regular channel, so people should be able to
Нет,
unmute.
не могут.
If you haven't found the chat already, just hover over this voice channel, over the name, and if you go to the right, you will see a chat box and if you hover over it, it says open chat, press it. I'm not sure we do are able to unmute, but
Подводник Андрей.
So Skit writes, rest in peace, Sporty and Supa, though. Glad I survived the MIX ban all of these years. I'm happy you did as well.
Да, релок фишками, конечно.
So it says, if you're going to ask questions over voice, please say who you are as well. I'm not sure I'm being able to actually have people being able to unmute, but from what I can see, people should be able to unmute, but it seems it doesn't work as no one is speaking, so to speak.
Может, переподключиться надо. Бля.
That would be a privacy issue, so to speak.
Hi, guys.
Oh, there we go. It's working.
Yeah,
Hello,
it's working. It's working. You just need to reconnect to the voice channel.
Okay, cool. So if you
So,
want
everybody. Yeah, guys, I'm glad to be here. It's a really historical event, and I'm glad to hear your stories about it and such stuff. And I really appreciate the whole community and the whole thing which was like few years. Yeah, started like back in 2012, and back to the DayZ Mod like in 2020, and I was happy that server exists, and I'm just close, like my child wants to play it in a great server with a great community, and record some videos, and thank you guys for that. So
thanks,
that's all I want to say, and sorry if sometimes sometimes everyone can be toxic, and sometimes things.
You always stood up for your friends, and for that I respect you.
And
So it has been troublesome to keep.
yeah, I respect you too. That's because you're under pressure, and I think admin should be under pressure and should be against it, and you did really well in this. You did really well because we know like a bad experience and some Russian servers back in the day, and that not even close to the we had like in this server. So thank you.
I'm happy to hear it, and thank you for playing. And I want, on that note, Slimer, I want to add something. Not only thank you for speaking and sharing, but also for playing. And that's the thing I forgot to tell you. None of this, DayZ Europa, the server, anything would have been possible without the players. It's very easy to forget, but I never do. So you might thank me and think I've been doing a great thing, but again, imagine me doing this for 9 years without any players. It would never happen. So that if you're wondering why I'm always thanking players for playing, that's the reason, because without players, there's no server. So give all yourself a big tap on the shoulder. You are what has made DayZ Europa possible.
Yeah, thank you guys.
Thank you, man. So good to see that it's possible to unmute. All you need to do is disconnect from the channel and reconnect, and the new rights will be read in, and you should be able to unmute. And I'm happy to be here and talk. And I believe we should have this channel running all night and share great memories with each other. That would be great. So if anyone else has any questions or would like to speak, please feel free to do so. I'll be here for I'll be here for a bit more. Then I need to get some food, but then I'll be back. But let's try to get.
Зик, у тебя есть еще микрофон включен. Ты сейчас пернешь, блядь, и попадешь в историю, блядь.
Today we were supposed to have the last restart running. I did flag for this earlier because I know UVH. The contract went out yesterday.
Андрюх, сервак закрывается. Сегодня закрылся сервак. Европы не будет больше.
On the first, meaning in 2 days, asking, do you want to continue?
Она уже закрылась, уже не работает Европа. Сегодня был последний день, я последние несколько часов поиграл, 2 челов убил.
Instead, they turned off the server around 2:30 this afternoon.
С гранаты.
Which was not
Привет, Олег.
the plan. If I would have known
сервак
that, I would
закончился.
put the last raw start
DayZ Mod закончился.
last night. Unfortunately, they turned off the server, and to my knowledge also deleted it because I can't connect to it. And even though I visit my control panel, there's no service there for me to renew. And for that, again, I'm sorry. It wasn't supposed to be that way. But yeah, it is what it is. We had 9 good years is what I usually try to remember myself. And yeah, here we are.
Ребята, подводник скинул в Discord сервер, всем заходим, все заходим туда.
Everybody, a big thank you contributed in keeping up this server and modding it and bringing it to this to up to date and to this day, because you created the playground for us, and it's amazing what a community you created. And this evening is showing as well what a great community this was created by the server, because despite of all the differences that we have had during the years, we are still able to talk to each other, and we are grouping up here and having a nice evening at the very end.
И все это под видос Тексара.
Thanks for all your work, everyone who worked.
С точкой хуярит.
Thank you, Gornix, and I would like to thank you as well for playing. But this also reminded me of Siki. I told you I would tell more about Siki, and I would like to take the chance to do that. So Sik is our tech guy here. He is a player I played World of Warcraft with many years ago. That's how I met him.
Warcraft.
And one evening, for some reason, I noticed he was playing.
Да нет, это пресс-конференция, Олег, последняя.
So we started talking. I said, hey man, I have my own server. You should come check it out. So he started playing. Then we started talking. And I told him about some of the problems we had at the time. We wanted to, we had gotten our hands on a software that could help us automatically kick and ban automatically cheaters. But it was a Perl. It was written in Perl script. We couldn't be using a game server provider for that. We needed our own dedicated server to actually be able to install this software.
Зик, у тебя микрофон включен. Я тебе говорю, ты сейчас перданешь, блядь.
I remember his words to this day. He said,
И пиздец будет.
how hard can it be? And I said, I don't know. But he said, I'll take a look at it.
Зик, задай вопрос Жанке.
Basically, a couple of days later, we have switched from vLayer to OVH. We had our own dedicated server, and he installed everything just by reading from Bohemia documentation and other stuff, how to set it up. And this was around 2015 or maybe 2016, if I don't misremember it. So he is really the guy that is responsible for the leaderboards, all the technical stuff I would never been able to do. So Siki, what a king. It would have been great if he would have been here today, but unfortunately he couldn't. But again, he is I have him to thank for a lot of things regarding DayZ Europa and the level we were able to reach thanks to my ideas, Nox Vidko's ideas, and his technical abilities. Yes, all hail Siki. What a king. The coolest guy around. Many of you maybe been fortunate to have contact with him. He's a really great guy, but also responsible for making so many things possible, and also us growing to the extent we could grow with the leaderboards and everything, thanks to his technical abilities. Wow. Thanks for reminding me. Thanks, Gornix, for popping out and saying hi and sharing. Now, please don't be shy. Feel free to unmute. You should be able to unmute. If you can't, you should be able to relog to this channel. And if you want to see the chat, or type a question in chat, rather hover over this channel and just go a little bit to your right till you see the talk box or the text box. Press it where it says open chat, and you should be able to see the chat. So VSG writes, speaking of giving props to players, have you met any admins or players IRL? That's a really cool question. You won't believe it, but I have never met Nox. I have never met Vidko. I have never met Ferdinand. I never met Gibbis, but I have met Emil, an early admin, and I have met Siki during a World of Warcraft reunion we had, where even people from Europe came and gathered in Stockholm for a wet night many moons ago. That's a great question. I only met Emil and Siki. The others I have not met, not even Nox, even though we speak or spoke fairly pretty much every day. Crazy. Both me, Siki, and Nox are Swedish, though, I must say, so that made the communication very easy, of course. Yes, that was fun. Feel free to unmute if you want to ask questions, or if you rather would, please type in chat. That would be great.
Хоруша нахуй, блядь.
I will meet
Я не хочу Хоруша тегать.
One time he saw Parfit.
Хоруш без негатива.
Hello, who is here? And please introduce yourself and feel free to speak.
Hello, it's Shutter 165.
Hello, man.
I played your server from 2014.
I know.
And, my team... I'm fine, thanks. Me and my team make a decision to stay at your server when one of our mates
Славик,
automatic
Пауэр начался.
plans to clutter PBO to
Oh, yeah.
disable grass.
Disable grass.
Always be interesting. Who is this guy, Vinyl Junkie? Who is he? Alex told me you make a beer.
I'm not sure what beer is. Do you mean music?
No,
So-
I mean it's beer. You know?
Oh, beer, as in
like-
beer? Drinking beer?
Yeah.
Oh, yes.
Yes,
Okay, so let me tell you a bit about myself. I'm
English
turning
very well.
50 in a month's time. I'm from Sweden. I grew up in the United States.
Oh,
Because my
American.
parents moved there and worked there, so I came back to Sweden when I was 5. I had a hard time speaking Swedish at 5. The only language I knew was English, which rendered me quite a hard time.
drinking beer.
However, that worked
Это,
out
знаешь,
later on.
это вот
Early years,
от телеканала Барракуда ТВ, блядь. Пришел журналист, блядь. Drinking
My
beer.
father was a musician, and
Бля.
was very interested in music technology, as in amplifiers, mixing desks. I don't know. Don't ask me why. I was fascinated by sound. So by the age of
Для Фабс зашел, сейчас Фабс
I
что-нибудь
got a chance
пизданет.
to start DJing at a local. I don't know if you have those, but community houses, basically for kids or use. A place you could go play pool after school. You could read your. If you had any homework, you could do that there. If you wanted to DJ, I was fortunate enough to do that as well on this. Youth center, so to speak. So this was financed by the community. We have something called kommuner here in Sweden, which means let's say there are 200 or 300 all over Sweden. Many really took care of kids, giving them a spot to meet other kids, but also making it so you could do a lot of activities around school, so to speak. Now, that interest got me into actually producing my first record in 1994. So I got signed to a Swedish record label for electronic dance music. The song, for some reason, blew up on Swedish national radio. And almost overnight, me and my childhood friend had to become and represent a group. So
Да, походу.
we started releasing records, we started doing remixes, and long story short, I lived off of music professionally for 15 years.
Россия,
I
блядь.
received 2 Grammy Awards here in Sweden
Grammy Awards.
for Best Electronic Dance Music Album in, I believe, 1998 and 2001. And I have released around 100 records, including all remixes and stuff. I've sold gold in France, all the Nordic countries, with some of the singles we released in '97.
Sold Gold.
As I told you earlier, I've been playing records with Daft Punk on Energy in Paris live.
А, я понял.
I performed in front of 120,000 people in Moscow, the Red Square.
На Красной площади выступал, блядь.
Israel.
Right.
I've pretty much played all over Europe and many parts of the world. So this was my profession for many years. I loved it. That's a shitty video. I hate that one, but for sharing Pine Tree. So that was my life until I
Started DayZ Mod server.
unfortunately stopped working with my college. That's a long story as well, but I can't really speak more on that. We're still friends. We're touring again, actually. For the last 3 years, we have been headlining a 90s festival here in the Nordics called We Love the 90s, which has been amazing. We've played for 10,000
Представляете,
people
представляете, гениальный
during
мув
the summers in
от Лексаурской
biggest
темы.
cities here in Sweden. So it's been amazing. And it's a big part of my life, the music. But when I stopped working with my colleague, I actually started working in a store selling computers, Mac computers.
Компы начал продавать, короче, в Вене.
That this was the same time Spotify was becoming big. Napster was an issue for anyone selling records. It was actually hard to earn a living from making music, even though we were very successful, because the record companies, they were frozen. They didn't dare to sign anything. They didn't have any money to pay for productions or remixes. So I understood quite early, hey, I really need to do something else here. So I started working in that store, and that led me on to started working for Apple here in Sweden and training for them. So today I run my own business and I deliver trainings online to anyone, and enterprise, store or school, anyone selling Apple computers in many countries. That's what Corona did. It opened up for me to work all over the world.
Короче, Apple продает массово джанки. Барыжит.
I love beer, unfortunately.
Еще один, блядь, подписчик Барракуды, блядь.
Which is the best place in the world if you want to drink, unless you're in Brussels, perhaps. If you want to drink fresh, extremely well-crafted beer. To answer your question, if I'm brewing my old beer, no, I'm not. I wish I would, but I'm not.
Вот один видос скинули,
Maybe that's something I will do in the future. I have 2 kids.
только я не знаю, что там так. Надо посмотреть, я не смотрел еще этот видос.
Living in my house, but I'm not the father of.
Свои в сети я показал здесь, да. Ну, который хотел.
And I have a great situation.
Прости, Олег, я тоже не понял, где.
Corona didn't really affect me.
Потом пересмотрим.
The other way around. So I hope
Я могу спросить его в чате.
an insight to who I am and what I've been doing. And if you think it sounds stupid, that why would a Grammy-selling techno producer start a DayZ Mod server? I can't really answer that question besides the fact that I spend a lot of time playing games with a couple of Swedish friends here, and they told me about DayZ, and I started playing DayZ Mod with them, and the rest is history.
Sorry for interrupting you. I just want to ask again, where is the beer, or we should take some beer? Where is the best place or best beer?
Great.
You mentioned that, like.
This Discord will still be up and running. We can still use the Meet ERL channel, perhaps to get something going. The ERL Meetup channel, to perhaps get something going. I will keep, as I said, I will keep the.
Нет, я не играл.
The Discord up and running. No need to so VSK writes, no need to shut the Discord down. It's a great community. VSK writes, craft beer is just a fancy name for shitty home beer experiment.
Короче, что он не ответил нормально. Может, он не понял, что я имел в виду?
In my own case, yes, that's true. If you ask me, I didn't. I was a lager guy. I used to drink lagers before I met my girlfriend. She introduced me here in Gothenburg to. She took me to some of these pubs that served the fresh craft beer, and I was knocked out. I was like, "What the fuck is this? I've never tasted anything so juicy, fresh, and I mean, instead of having 12 Peronis, I don't think I can drink that, but still, you could have an IPA, you could have a sour beer, you could have a stout, you could have a American Pale Ale. The diversity of testing different beers took everything to a whole different level, which made drinking beer fun again. That's what I think about craft beer. So VSK also writes, what do your friends think about you still playing the game, the ones that quit early? GJ is in here. He usually always tells me, you're a consistent motherfucker at least. And I agree with that, yes. They have left the game many, many years ago, unfortunately. And I wish we can play the game together one day again. Even though we had some escapades on Namalsk standalone together, and even Chernoros and Livonia, I believe, but it hasn't really, since we've chosen to play on my own servers, we haven't really gotten the traction, so to speak, which made it quite boring. A group that loots and plays around on the server for 3 or 4 days alone, and then...
В Готенбурге, Олег, говорят, лучшее пиво. Я не знаю, что это, и где это, и что это.
Yeah, it never stuck. But they think I'm crazy. Even though they think it's really, really cool, I managed to pull off a server and run it for 9 years, and also the fact that we became so incredibly big. But I think I need to play some other games with these guys and get back together with. I really miss playing with them. I must say, to answer your question. So here is GAE is actually posting, from what I can tell, real pictures from Chernoros or the area in Czechoslovakia that is based on the map that we're playing today. And it looks like a Eurospawn. Great. Schnee Henry says, crazy, I grew up with your music. Thank you, man. I'm happy to be in part of that. That was an unparalleled journey, I can tell you. Even though I couldn't travel for like 6 years after that because I was so tired of hotel rooms and just wanted to be home. West, where's the best beer place in Europe or best beer you can name? I must say, if you want to drink fresh beer, Gothenburg is this. That's the city American brewers come to work with Swedish brewers. So for Northern Europe, I would say Gothenburg. It's an incredible city for beer. I'm not kidding. It's incredible. Yes. Moses says Gothenburg.
Готенбург, короче. Я не знаю, где это. Олег, это ты у нас там
It must feel strange,
загонимающий.
story.
У меня только тут
Regarding the picture you posted,
Говнобург.
really, really cool. I miss you as well, buddy, from GAU. You too, man. Let's try to get together. Gothenburg also has a phenomenal orchestra, and you're correct, Veske. See there?
Джанки под пивас, короче, жесткий.
Yeah. Feel free to unmute, guys, if any of you wanna talk or ask any questions or just share a story or anything else. That would be really, really cool. Yeah, I remember the first demos we made were actually on tape. I'm that old, yes. I'm that fucking old. Crazy.
Yeah, I wanted to say thank you also to my frenemies who is there in voice channel, Fabzy, to correct him. Thank you for hunting me.
Nice.
Thank you for playing, guys. Thank you for logging when I'm alone on the server and trying to find me. I appreciate that, really. That's really give me it's like a meaning of playing this even on a low online when you guys trying to pass from the plane. Yeah, thank you guys for that. You're really good fighters, some sneaky, Fabzy low balls, some chimney hiding, but anyway, that's a game. It's allowed, so thank you guys. I'm just saying.
Yeah, thanks, you're welcome.
That's really cool. Thanks for sharing.
Fabsu
what
shout
would
out
the
to
server be without players or enemies? I agree fully. I'm trying to address a question. I'm not sure what you mean, Leopones, but it says, was you retired when you started the server? And I'm guessing you're asking if I was making music at the time I started DayZ Europa. The question is, the question is no. I stopped making music professionally in 2008, I believe. Then I went into World of Warcraft for about 5 years. I'm not kidding. And in 2014, I started DayZ Europa. Feel free to unmute, guys, if you wanna ask any other questions, or just say something like you did, or like many of you have done, rather. That would be cool. I still need to eat something. I'll do that in a bit. But I'm happy we have. Okay, so what was the most? This is a question from Pine3, but original from Hisoka. What was the most bizarre event in game that shocked you and the admin team, which made by player in game on Europa history? Like you guys saw, how the hell did you manage to do that? Yeah, I remember someone scripting. Or actually, I remember a couple of instances, but some of the more memorable hacks on the server is someone actually managing to remove there's a at the edge of the map. I think it's all the way northwest. It might be southwest as well, but all the way out there's a point that the game relates to when logging in. Someone managed to remove that point. Meaning by us working close to the developers, we could stop that quite quickly once we realized what was going on, but that resulted in anyone trying to get onto the server ending up in debug planes, which was quite confusing. Another hack I remember is someone making everybody on the server run, or even though they were walking or running fast like hell. Like they eventually managed the time to go a lot faster for some reason. Well, the result was at least players running like crazy fast on the server. Yeah. Oh boy. I hope that's again, this is a great question to actually ask the community as well. Some bizarre events you remember on the server, please share in chat. Feel free to unmute. If you can't unmute, just relog to this channel and you should be able to speak your question. So, do you think that hacks and map hacks was a thing and uncheckable for admins till the very end? I was fortunate enough. I've been fortunate enough to have contact with some of the other server admins and owners running the biggest servers besides the Europa, and picking their brains, so to speak. Made me realize that after the last big update battle I made, the changes they made, I believe this is 3 or 4 years now, really got rid of most of the hacks. Of course, there are still private hacks probably working. We can find them quite easily if we have tools installed, as we can get close to players and see if they can see us, even though we're invisible and stuff like that. But to answer your question, it hasn't really been a problem for the last 4 years at all. Before that, yes, a problem. Thank you, Hisoka. Posting a picture, yeah, that looks like it. That's the where everybody spawned in the bug planes. Yeah, but to answer that question, it hasn't really. We've been fortunate enough for the last 4 years of actually not having any problems on the wall. And as I told you earlier, even though we did install tools to be able to monitor players, all we did was find dupers, so to speak. So
Dupers.
cheating is very rare, very, very rare in DayZ Mod. And this is some of the knowledge I know when players are contacting me saying, I know I got killed by a hacker. I asked them for video. They cannot provide that. I check the logs. And then I check the player that is reporting, and I see they have tons of client not responding, disconnects from the server. Usually that's a player with connection issues, even though they don't realize, and it seems to them like other players are behaving erratically because they have a poor connection to the server. Stuff like that is stuff you learn as an admin over the years, unfortunately, but also with the knowledge in the back of my head that cheating is extremely rare nowadays in DayZ Mod. Yes. A good thing about teaming up with these other admins was that if there was a cheater with a private hack, we would get their Steam ID and IP, and we could ban them even before they even joined Europa. So that helped. A lot of good questions are coming in. Thanks for your time and effort. Thanks for playing, Leo. Probably better. So let's see. What was the most bizarre? I've answered that. We can take a break. I'm also hungry, losing blood already, says Senland. That's great. I don't want to say anything, but unmute button is not working here. Have you tried relogging? Go out from the channel and back in, rejoin. What was the most exciting time on the server? Most interesting players or groups or memorable videos? I must say it was when Sada Plays joined the server before we got hacked. Well, he has a ton of toxic followers, I can tell you that. Holy fuck. I've never seen so many cheaters on DayZ Europa as when he was playing on the server. Fucking incredible. So I was actually considering banning him, even though he was a big streamer. It wasn't exciting. It was more amazing how what a toxic followers he has. Actually only focusing on going on to the server he is playing on and destroying his experience and the experience from other players. To the extent that I actually considered banning him, only after talking with him, of course, or asking him, you can play, but you cannot stream at the same time because it's hurting us. Yeah. So let's see if I can see more questions. I know I'm jumping back and forth here. One Ross guy wanted to sell me some hacks like 1-2 years ago. Yes, maybe. That's a thing. I'm trying to read more.
Лирик. Кто-то про лирик.
I cannot read or understand Russian.
Russian говорит, не может.
But it's give VSG the ball while you will get some beans. Why? I'm not sure VSG is available, actually. I know he's traveling with family at the time. If he is, that would be great if he could host for a bit, and I could be back within, I only need 5 or 10 minutes. I need to go. Luckily, my girlfriend brought me a glass of champagne here to celebrate, I guess. I think she's happy I'm turning off the server finally. So VSK says, I can't talk, I'm traveling on the train, no problem, man. There are 2 barely clothed ladies in front of me. If I start with the nerd speak, this will be cringy. I have no problem, lol. Let's keep this going. Please don't be shy, guys. Unmute, make yourselves heard. And try to speak or type your questions in chat. If you haven't found the chat, hover over this channel. It says closing party/MA. Just go a bit to the right and you will see the talk box. Press it. It says open chat and you will be presented with the chat. So you can speak or type your questions if you rather would do that. Let's just paste the questions I did receive. And see if there's anyone I've missed about this, or if there is anyone you think, you know what, you haven't answered that, please do that. Let me know. These are the questions I was giving on beforehand. I believe I have answered most of them, even though maybe I've touched. So if you want me to dive deeper into one of these questions, just type 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. You get the idea. yeah, so I can answer that question if you feel I haven't answered it fully. So I pasted the questions in chat for you to read that I received on before. And thanks for actually putting this together to Chris and VSG as well. But also, if you would like to for me to dive deeper into one of these questions that we have sort of, let me know in chat. That would be great. So at the time I do that, is it possible that Nox played with admin tools sometimes? He seemed unbeatable. He had a system, or rather, and this is great. He's a great player. That's why he seemed unbeatable. He didn't have admin tools on his Nox character. He had to log on to his alternate account to actually be able to use the admin tools. This is something I deliberately did for him to be able to actually play relaxed. And if he had to work, he had to log off Nox and he had to log on to his other character, so to speak. And that's the way it should be, so to speak. And I believe he even asked me to do that. So for everybody's sake, so to speak. So the answer to your question, Slimer, no, of course not. That wouldn't be fair to anyone. That's a great way of destroying a server. Let's put it that way. Did Frankie ever play on Europa? That's a great question. I have my suspicions he might have. But I can't really back that up. When I have suspected, I have looked up his Steam account and I even checked his IP. But as I don't know where he lives or lived in the UK, I couldn't verify it actually was him. I have my suspicions, again, he did, but I don't know. He never posted any video material from the server, to my knowledge, at least. So VSK says this is 99% Chris's work, maybe so, but still, you're here, he's not. VSK, but thank you, man. But again, kudos to Chris, who actually is the one who decided to put this Ask Me Everything together. So Spectrum is here. Hello, Spectrum, and thank you for all the help over the years. I believe it was Spectrum that actually helped us with the narrative for the event I told you about when we defended the base on top of Chem. Bye-bye and hail Spartacus. I agree, Skit. GGS over the years to everyone. Hope to maybe run into you all still in the future, whether that be on the mod or elsewhere. I agree. That's why I'm keeping this Discord alive, so people can connect together, of course.
Он, кстати, он во сне умер на Новый год. В конце декабря, 29-го, что ли. Во сне вообще. Типа, давайте посмотрим лучше, как я разъебал нахуй ТШК с флашами.
Sour Sweet played on Europa as well. He's becoming a pretty big streamer on, or rather, for this standalone.
Мы под горкой в поле.
Is the standalone Europa server still running? Pine Tree, unfortunately, no. All three servers, DayZ Europa Mod, DayZ Europa Standalone, and DayZ Europa Standalone Livonia was on the same box, which got cancelled earlier today, beyond my control, unfortunately. Or rather, I didn't prepare correctly for having. I thought I would be given a bill on the 1st of August, as it's been for the last 6 years, but since I've requested to cancel the service, it ran out yesterday, so they turned it off today. I wish I could have done that differently, because I really looked forward of having one last restart starting in 3 minutes, but it's beyond my control. I didn't even have a service to renew at OVH, and since it's Sunday, I couldn't reach them.
К вам навстречу едет ДШК, пацаны. В шланге выходите и стреляйте в него. Прям к шлангу.
I would have been really.
Смотрите, точки.
I usually try to look on the positive side of things. We had
Без точки. Смотри, вот смотрю,
That's how I view.
вижу, что он направо не поехал, поехал налево и сразу же стреляю.
So yes, that's a good question. Where's everyone going after the mod? Is it standalone? I know many players are playing standalone and
Высади меня на
still
противоположный ход.
or coming, alternating, so to speak. Also, VSK says, how happy is your family about you betraying us all? When is the divorce going
Еще
to
одно
begin?
тело должно быть на базе и 2 тела в хаммере.
I had to make some serious changes to how I approached the server a couple of years ago because it was becoming a problem privately as well. That's when I put a lot of effort into actually automating a lot of stuff on the server, making me be able to sleep a full night without feeling I had to check things and so on. So yeah. So answers here in chat is other DayZ Mod servers. VSK says standalone Spaggy's great vanilla servers. I believe even Spaggy is Swedish. Many great server admins seems to be Swedish for some reason. Even this DayZ, what's his name? He was Swedish as well. So Namalsk Dev Samrak also played on Europa. You're correct, Jarski. Yes. I think it was last year or 2021 he was trying different DayZ mods, ArmA 2 and ArmA 3. I remember that, actually, you're right. So, and he's the lead developer for DayZ Standalone today. Samrak, great guy, developer of... he's not only developing Namalsk, he's also lead developer for DayZ Standalone today. Really cool guy. You can see him in the DayZ streams when they stream on Twitch right before dropping new patches. Tansian, thank you, Musi. His name was Tansian. He's Swedish as well. Samrak is a legend. Yes, you're right. Really, really cool. So I need to eat, so I'll do that really quickly. I'll be right back. Again, feel free to unmute, talk, have fun. Don't be toxic, guys. Let's make sure we have a great couple of hours. If you wanna hang around, talk memories and stuff like that, I believe that would be really, really cool. So I'll let this just run. And in the meantime, I'll be back in a couple of minutes. And thanks for joining so far. It's been really, really fun to I can't really say talk to you because I haven't heard too many of you, but some of you. But still, I hope you felt this was cool, getting some answers and picking my brain on DayZ Europa and whatnot. Talk to you in a bit. I'll be right back.
Ой, мужики, поссать надо. So, I'm a new admin on the DayZ Europa and I will continue this. No, I'm just kidding, guys.
Sorry. So again, DayZ Europa wouldn't have been anything without the players. That's easy to forget. I realize me, Nox, and everybody else has done a hell of a work to get everything rolling. But again, without the players, it would have been yet another empty server. So for that, I want to thank all of you for actually investing the time in the server and making it last so long as it did, but also becoming one of the world's biggest servers. It's really, really cool thinking of it. Yeah, thank you, guys.
Yeah, see you in the fields.
Yeah, see you in the fields. That's good, man. Hopefully. So again, let's try to keep this Discord up and running so we can keep in touch. I hopefully once you're not fighting each other on this server, you might start playing together on other servers. What do I know? What I know. All good things come to an end, unfortunately. I wish I had the energy to keep on running Europa. Maybe I will have in the future if I start missing it. I do enjoy a lot of things I've done in my life is around doing stuff for others is a strange way of putting it, but there's a reason I was a DJ. There's a reason I released records and played and enjoyed that, and it's a reason I train other people. It's just the way I am, so to speak. I enjoy doing that, so to speak. And once DayZ Mod 2.0 comes along, I'm really interested in looking into that, because I believe both Foxy and Paris Swift are aware of all the issues in DayZ Mod. And if they can fix a lot of them, maybe running a server won't be so time consuming. In that case, I will be interested in supporting the community with yet another server. So that's also a good idea to leave this Discord up and running, I believe, to see what happens. But for now, I'm going to take a very well-deserved vacation from running servers for a while. and hopefully we will see you, as someone said here, in the fields. Thank you, VSG. I've had to learn the hard way, but yes, go to Brazilian beaches. I will, man, and listen to Brazilian music. I really will. Thank you, VSG. I know it's not only me. I've had great people around me for sure, really helping and coming with great input and forming a lot of what has become DayZ Europa. I would never been able to do this on my own. I can put it that way. That's for sure.
I have other questions.
Yes, shoot.
If DayZ Mod not release DayZ Mod 2.0, is it possible you run DayZ standalone sometimes?
Maybe. The reason I'm hesitating is because I see they have a lot of problems with cheaters, making me realize if I would start running a server that would become popular, I would have to spend a lot of time in-game, invisible, baiting cheaters. And again, it's time consuming, and I'm not sure I think it's worth it. I'm part of a DayZ Discord for server admins called Owners. Yes, the Owners Discord. And they are posting, without exaggerating, around 5 to 10 new cheaters every day. Really giving a receipt, DayZ standalone still has a big cheater problem, especially the big servers. If I would have been 10 years younger, thought, hey, DayZ seems like a cool game, I would have the energy. Now it's not worth my time, simply put. Also, I would say that DayZ Mod, or rather DayZ 2.0, is not going to be released by DayZ Mod, so to speak. This is, even though the people have worked on DayZ Mod, this is their own project, so to speak, Foxy and Paris Swift. So it will be their own projects, as they won't be needing any clearance from Bohemia. As far as I know, they should be able to release it on a standalone launcher and just have people playing it based on ArmA 2 and Operation Arrowhead. Taylor Swift, Paris Swift, for fuck's sake. Yes, it's a lot of players playing DayZ standalone, as VSG points out. It usually peaks out around 40,000. Someone said DayZ has never been as popular as it is now. Looking at the numbers, that is correct. Those are facts, which is quite interesting. A 9-year-old game coming along that way. But to answer your question again, Shooter, if they get rid of their problems, maybe I can start a server for me and my friends, but again, that's what I said 9 years ago with this, and it got me into this for 9 years, and I'm not sure I'm prepared to to do the same journey again, so to speak. If I was thinking at the moment, maybe if I should run a DayZ standalone server, I should do it PVE without bases. That will solve all problems. And that's quite telling how broken it is, unfortunately. I understand cheating will always be a problem as long as people are playing it. The demand for cheats will be there, and if there's a demand, there will be a supply because people can make money from it. So it's not going to be solved quickly, so to speak, and that's quite depressing thinking of it that way. But I mean, DayZ is not the only game having problems with cheaters, but to me it becomes very apparent as I'm part of that owners Discord for basically all the big servers, and I can just see the amount of cheaters that they are posting and sharing every day. Luckily, they have a system where they share ban lists, so all you do as a server admin is actually subscribing to the owners Discord's ban list, and the players won't be able to join your server. But again, once your server becomes big, you will have same players, the same cheaters with new accounts, and playing on your server or trying to cheat, destroying the experience for others. And I really don't have the energy. Again, it's just a waste of time, unfortunately.
I was thinking about cheaters before, and maybe it's a solution. Just go to PS5 or Xbox.
Yeah.
Probably there is no cheaters.
You're right. That's the problem. So the cool thing about DayZ standalone PC is you get to play Namalsk, you get to play DRL, you get to play all these cool modded maps. But the downside is it's PC, meaning people can cheat. They don't have the same problems on Xbox or PlayStation. But again, the only way I would run a standalone server is I would put it PVE and I would remove bases. That's the only way it would work, man, without me constantly have to monitor things. But then again, that would be a quite dead server, I believe. So it's a problem. Yeah, Oak Tree. It's one of the reasons, as I told you in the beginning of this AMA, one of the first memories I have from DayZ Mod is me and my friends fixing a shopper after many days of farming, just to be killed all instantly midair, and then logging back in, running back to where we died, and the shopper was crashed, and all 9 people on board were killed by the click of a button from one person. It's just it's fucked up. That really formed my way forward with DayZ Europa, prioritizing getting rid of cheaters, because I knew how it actually makes people stop playing. I experienced it myself since all my friends stopped playing after that. So I realized if I'm going to run a server, I really need to do what I can to eliminate the problems with cheaters and cheaters destroying the experience for others.
Also, I saw in your DayZ standalone server has a DDoS attack after some online at 15.
The reason I'm with OVH is because I don't want to have DDoS attacks. But no matter how I set the firewall, even talking to other server admins that were really good at it, I had issues. And that was because we were being attacked with a DDoS directed directly at the game port, and in very low density, meaning it snuck under. It never went over the threshold for the DDoS protection and the mitigation to kick in. So even though the DDoS attack hardly noticed, it caused problems for all the players on the server. I solved that by using the game firewall instead of the firewall. There are two different firewalls on OVH you can choose from. So, but the game firewall is not supposed to be fully compatible with the tool I use to administer the servers. But I got it to work anyway, so that didn't become a problem after that attack. But I remember I had quite a problem before I figured out what the fuck was going on. But that DDoSer, most likely a banned player for some reason, cheater, that decided to start DDoSing, but he knew exactly what he did because he used an attack that even didn't trigger the OVH anti-DDoS mitigation kicking in, meaning even though it was a very, very mild DDoS attack, it was directed directly at the game port, and then you pretty much not even the biggest servers can protect against that, unfortunately. Maybe if you're a network guru and you do that for a living and you know exactly what you're doing, you can find ways around it. There were some suggestions how you could do it. I tried them as well, but that didn't work. Did you consider handing over the Europa ownership? Yeah, I don't know. Maybe not. My direct thought is, even though I've been really, really good at sharing knowledge of how I do things, reading logs and such, it would be quite an. I would have to train that person for many months to forward all my knowledge, Nox knowledge, Six knowledge, and if I couldn't establish that someone taking over Europa would run it to the same standards as I would demand it would be run, since it's a name I care about, a community I care about, I would rather say no.
I run some project, a different game, and when I had the problem with the DOS attack, I investigated, and the problem is mostly the DOS machine work in Kharkov. It's Ukraine. And, when the war starts and Kharkov was under bombs, and no electricity, I don't
stopped.
have any problems with
Oh,
DOS.
interesting. Yeah.
And
So
now when Kharkov is okay, the DOS is again begin.
Yeah, that's a problem. So my experience is that DDoS is of course initiated by from one computer, but the problem is that it's calling on thousands of computers that are infected all over the internet. So it could be your grandmother's old laptop somewhere start sending requests to the DayZ Europa IP, even though she won't notice anything. It's a denial of service attack, meaning it gets the server gets stops responding because all of the requests that are coming in is and it's, even though you can see what IPs are. I mean, the times we have investigated, we saw a lot of the IPs were from Afghanistan, Pakistan, China, Turkey. It was basically all over the world at the same time. So it's really hard to tell who is the one that actually ordered the DDoS. But I can also tell you, for many years, we've been DDoSed a lot. I haven't even noticed. Anyone on the server hasn't noticed either, because it's been 50 or 60 players on the server. It's been full DDoS, but OVH has mitigated it fully. That's why we moved to OVH, and that's why we paid €100 a month to have that DDoS protection. So up to very recently, it has worked very, very well for us, meaning I haven't even bothered telling players on the server that we are being DDoS, because no one has noticed. No disconnects, no lag, no nothing. It's just in real time sorting out and letting through the real traffic while it's mitigating all the DDoS at the same time. It's an incredible technology, and it has been working really, really good. But the last attack was something I had a really hard time getting rid of, because it was they knew exactly what they were doing, and it's really hard to protect yourself against that type of attacks. They're customized and tailored for taking down DayZ servers, basically.
I told you this mistake in my translation. Is a host machine who controls this bus
Okay. Okay. Yes.
is located in Kharkov.
Oh, I see. Okay. Cool. But could you block the IP to that server just specifically and then get rid of the problems, or that didn't help, right?
I can block. No, I can block. I found a service in web who is taking money from a Bitcoin, and when Kharkov is offline, it's no DDoS at all. Because the host machine in Kharkov was located on services.
Мужики, походу...
I know UVH or So You Start are quite pricey.
Сегодня не закончим стрим, наверное.
But I believe they have 3 different brands. It's Kimchi Surf, So You Start, and UVH. Those are their 3 brands in that order. The Kimchi Surf service are very cheap, not even hardware. It's just virtual. And then the So You Start, which we ran for many years, a mid-range priced. But the cool thing about all these 3 different brands from UVH is that you get the DDoS protection no matter what solution you choose. So I would encourage you to look up UVH and maybe utilize their DDoS protection, and hopefully you can get rid of the problems. So to answer your question, Pine Tree, if Nox or Vidco's Electro-Born base ever got raided, it got raided, yes. Unfortunately, sometimes illegit, which resulted in some banned players, but many times legit, and they had to rebuild. Yeah, the Vidco story. I'm trying to remember. I think we had some short conversations, me and him. I guess it was a fallout between him and Nox. Nox, if you ask him, says he doesn't really know. All of a sudden, Vidco was gone. And the messages I got from Vidco was that I'm tired of this shit, basically. And then he quit. Yeah, we had a Q&A for about 3 hours, but I also encourage players to unmute and speak and have a good time. So now it's more of a closing party. I got some other shit to do as well, so hopefully I'll be back in a bit. But if you have any questions, hit them up in chat, man, and I'll try to answer as much as possible. We've covered a lot so far. Hey man, what's cooking?
So you answered a lot of questions, huh? Today.
Yes.
4 hours, huh? Fucking hell.
Yeah. Oh, we had some breaks for food and shit, but I don't know. Maybe we should have had a AMA and then put out the stop time and said, okay, thank you all, and we basically did that. But I thought, why don't we have this going and share some memories and stuff like that? That could be a fun thing.
I've got a question.
Shoot.
The first 2, actually. The first question is, do you ever watch players play?
Yes and no. So basically, for many years, we decided to run the server without admin tools, just reading the logs.
So what's the craziest thing you've ever seen happening? You know, that you just grabbed a bucket of popcorn and just.
No, yeah, I remember one guy sitting on top of one of the fire stations in Cherno or Electro, I don't remember now, shooting so big bullets that even though he missed the player he was aiming at, he knocked over trees. Every time he just hit a leaf on that tree. So powerful bullets. It was basically explosions. That was crazy. But yeah, I don't know. I mean, I've seen flying players. I've seen flying cows. I've seen we had someone actually going onto the server and making snögubbar is the word in Swedish. What do you call when you make a man out of snow in the winter and you put a carrot as his nose and you put a snowman? Exactly, thank you, snowman. So there was snowmen all over the server, as all around all players there was snowmen. That was crazy. So yeah, basically lots of cheats, but also as I told earlier during the AMA, once we became one of the biggest servers in the world, we had to install.
Thank you for following, Leo.
Basically, we thought we were going to catch
But
cheaters.
follow me on YouTube, but
mostly caught dupers.
Instead, because I'm not. I'm not running the Twitch channel. I'm.
As admins could actually.
I'm more on YouTube channel, and I will download in some shorts. I have some archive, and I will make some videos still this year. Some shorts videos, maybe some big videos. I had some materials prepared, and I will make it an edit. We'll make an edit like to have it imagined that the DayZ Mod still alive or something like that. Until I have some videos on my laptop, it will be lived in my YouTube channel. So thank you for following.
2 or 3 groups fighting it out, some of them respawning, coming back up, and the fight continuing. That was amazing. That was really, really cool to be able to experience it, even though we were not playing, but with the tools we could watch it in real time. We were
like
invisible, of
cinema,
course.
huh?
Exactly. It's like going to the cinema. Really, really, and the tension, you feel it, even though you're around there. Of course, you're silent and you're invisible, but still, it feels you need to be careful because it's so intense, so to speak. So yeah, I remember that's really, really, really cool, seeing those fights in real time.
So I guess for me, a big thank you.
Thank you too, man. Thanks for playing. I've been saying this all evening. This would never have happened without players. So,
but I know,
thank you.
Like other players, I have only been playing like maybe 4 years, but I know there's players that play maybe 10 years.
Yeah. Well, I'm happy you enjoy the server. It's everybody counts, really.
Yeah, I'm Dutch. Yeah.
Spartacus unmuted, guys.
So, how big is the chance that because you've been open for 10 years, many people made many relationships with each other,
Yep.
Friendly and sexual, but
yeah.
how big is the chance to have a reunion or something,
We talked about it earlier. It's a great question. So I said one of the reasons I'm keeping this Discord up is so we can keep in touch with each other. Maybe people that have been fighting on Europa can play together on other servers. I get the feeling some might. And there's also a channel called the ERL Meetup. So as I said also earlier, I'm going to take a well-deserved vacation for quite some time to get away from this for a while, because it's been a very big part of my life running Europa. So I need to do something else for a while. But besides that, if anyone wants to throw something together, I'm not sure I'll be the one. But there's always a chance, especially now if the server shuts down, or the community rather, or the server, but the community lives on. It might be a chance that we will meet in real life in the future. That would be cool. That would be really
And if you
cool.
meet up, would it be in the real Chernarus? You know, that's
Good
based
idea.
on-
Really good idea.
based on a real place, correct?
Yep, really good idea. Someone, Guy, my friend here, has been posting some pictures from the trip he made to Chernarus. So if you scroll up, you will see some live, real pictures from when he visited. Yeah, he's posting a lot of pictures, but yeah. So that's a good idea. That's a really good idea. I just don't want to be the one deciding on, yes, we should do it, and that's when it's going to happen. All I want to say is feel free to put anything together. I need to take a break.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you, man. Thanks for playing.
And thanks for the other admins and everybody that helped.
Yeah, yeah. I wish they could have been here. Nox got hung up for some reason. Said he would be available after 9, but I guess that changed. And Siki couldn't make it.
Будет запись,
But
да.
I will forward, of course, my your thanks to them as well. And luckily,
Привет.
Slimer is actually recording all of this and will archive it, so it will be watchable on Twitch as well.
Ooh, I'm famous now, huh?
Yep.
Так, не надо меня репортить. Слышь? У меня просто интернет
When's this
херовый.
gonna close down forever?
Uh,
Did it already happen, or?
Yeah, unfortunately, it was supposed to run until midnight tonight, but the contract ran out yesterday, and they turned them off today afternoon. Unfortunately, usually I get a notice on the 1st of the coming month, and if I don't pay it, they will turn off the server. So I thought, hey, we should be good by having a last restart tonight, but unfortunately the servers were turned off. There's no active service anymore, so I can't even renew it. So I was looking at actually trying to renew so we could play one last night, but that didn't work. It is what it is, unfortunately.
Oh wait, I got another question. So
Yep.
There's been a lot of servers in the past.
Yep.
Almost every popular server's been attacked, you know, DDoS attacked by
Yep.
sad players.
Yes.
I guess Europa's target number 1, but somehow you got a great DDoS protection. Did you have to pay extra for it, or how did you organize that? Or?
Actually, we chose to utilize OVH. We started renting servers from them in 2016, I believe. Maybe, yeah, I think so. And that changed everything, because then no matter how hard we were hit, no one on the server noticed, basically. So we've been DDoSed a lot during the years, but thanks to us paying around 100 euros every month for the hardware server, it hasn't been an issue. So we had an uptime of basically 100%.
Yeah, nice.
It's nice, yes. It's costly, but it's served us well.
Yeah, I know every server owner had to deal with that shit.
Yes,
most of them
unfortunately.
just had to close.
Yeah. Before we chose OVH, we had a situation where we were DDoSed for a couple of days in a row, and that's when we made up our minds to move to OVH to get rid of the problems, and we got rid of them right away, actually. So it worked.
Oh wait, another question. I'm sorry.
Shoot, no problem, man. That's why we're here.
So you got ArmA 2, ArmA 3, and
Зашел The Man, короче.
the ArmA 4.
Начал вопросы кидать.
Some claim Reforger is ArmA 4, but maybe I'm wrong.
Yeah, probably it's gonna turn into ArmA 4.
До этого Шаттер закидывал вопросы про DDoS. И мы, короче, будем сидеть сейчас, я думаю, еще часа 3. И, короче, я хочу записать, не похуй, я все запишу. Я могу спать пойти, наверное, пока стрим идет. Просто, короче, кто-то спать пошел, а кто-то просыпается, походу.
It would become filled up with players. That also brings cheaters, and since that would require me to monitor the server more or less 24/7, or have people doing it for me or with me rather. That would be quite stressful. And to answer your question shortly, I can imagine hosting any game as long as it doesn't force me to babysit the server because of a cheating problem. If it's bases or scripters or whatever it is, I cannot invest 9 more years in games that are basically broken because of cheaters, so to speak.
All right. Wait, I've got another question.
Yeah, shoot.
So did you play yourself on the server or under a secret nickname? Which nickname was this?
I used to alter between Kronkalle, what else did I have? Kenny Dope, Gane Gunnar, and some. I used a lot of different. Usually, if I just played, I chose another nick. If I was adminning, checking server performance, for example, or doing something else, I would use Wine Junkie. But the more I admin the server, the less I actually played, because I had access to information I shouldn't have access to as a player interacting with other players.
Yeah, but you've always been a fair server admin, so you haven't abused that, you know. So
it's how do you say? It needs to be that way. If it's both for credibility, but also for the respect of of players actually investing time on your server. They shouldn't be killed in a fishy way by someone they believe is an admin. That would be very, very wrong. Well, that's a great recipe for disaster. Rather, a server run like that would not be running for 9 years.
all right. Well, thank you very much. I'm off.
Nice talking to you, the man. Thank you too, and thanks for playing, man.
Duke, what server is it? Sorry, guys. Duke, what server it is?
He muted his microphone.
Yeah.
It's Baggy's Deer Isle.
Baggy's Sterile?
Oh, good
Spaggies.
man.
Spaggies.
Welcome to Spaggies. Good man.
Spaggy.
How's
UBSG.
someone write it in the chat, please, guys?
Spaggy runs great service. They're basically vanilla. He doesn't have any admin tools even. He just runs. He depends on the Discord I told you about earlier. I don't know all the ways he catches cheaters, but he is very. He's good at what he does. I bet.
Прикольный
We have
чувак,
over
блин.
8,000 banned cheaters, I think. One thing, if you do go to Spaggies and play there, if you're gonna join the Discord, there's this 100% non-negotiable and not really flexible rule. It's an inflexible rule. No information.
It's a hard rule.
Yeah, it's a hard rule. No information from the game can be exchanged on Discord. So you can't speak about anything in game pretty much in the Discord.
And does he have a 15-minute combat log thingy as well? If nothing has happened within 15 minutes, you are free to log out?
I'm not sure, but I think yes.
Mm,
But I'm not sure about that. Yeah. But they are really, really strict about some Discord behavior rules.
Cool. Good to know.
Yeah, people are getting banned like every day. At least 2, 3, 4 people are getting banned from Discord because they don't really understand or realize just how strict they're being. It's you have never seen anything like that anywhere.
So wait, you mean posting on Discord or talking?
Talking and posting, nothing. It's unbelievably strict. It's so strict you can't even comprehend. You have to spend half a day on Discord to understand what I'm saying.
So wait, you can't have any chat at all, like while playing.
Pretty much, yeah. The rule in simple terms is keep gaming game and socialize with people on Discord, but nothing from in-game to Discord.
Let DayZ be DayZ.
Yeah, that's one of the rules. Yeah,
Yep.
and they are really unforgiving when it comes to people trespassing this rule. You're gonna get ridiculed, and then you're gonna get banned.
Good to know.
Yep, that's good info.
Yeah, because I slipped like a few times because I didn't just realize just how strict those rules are.
Oh, Nox has joined us as well. Tjena Nick. Hello, Nox.
The cheater admin.
Well, I've told you he's not, so should be good.
I'm the biggest cheater of them all.
Yep, good läget? Thanks for joining, man.
Yeah, finally got here.
How are you?
I'm well.
So to summarize, I've basically answered around 15 questions that I got from the community on beforehand. These are some great questions. I'll post them in chat again. And then we had open mic, basically.
A bunch of trolling?
No, not at
Cool.
all, actually. It's been really nice. And it's been a nice vibe, almost a bit emotional. So I've told them a lot about myself as well. Not that I feel the need for you to do so unless you wish, because people were interested in background and stuff like that. And we talked about DayZ Mod 2.0 as well, and about the towers and buildings you have supplied to them. And I've shared their names as well after asking them if that was okay.
Cool.
And that's the questions. So I need to go and do some other shit, as I told you earlier. Nox hopefully will stay here to answer additional questions if you wish to. I'll be back in a bit, guys, but I really need to go and do some other stuff. I'll hop in a bit again, if that feels okay with you, Nox.
I'm here for an hour, maybe.
Oh, cool. So Oak Tree writes, you and the other admins did so well all these years. This whole Europa server was really something special, will never be matched. I will have to find another hobby. Thank you for that, but I'm pretty sure other servers will come along. Hopefully we inspire them to do something great as well. And that's basically also why we wouldn't feel comfortable about leaving the server in some other hands, perhaps. I believe. Yes, GJ, Nox is a fellow Swede, indeed.
Yep, from Stockholm, Sweden. The best city in Sweden.
Yes. So yeah, I can forward a question I got regarding not your city but Vidco earlier. I shared what I heard you tell me, and I shared what Vidco told me, but that wasn't much. If you want to dive into that, feel free. That's a question that was related to you that came up specifically. I tried to answer it as good as I could, so to speak.
About Vidco?
Yes. Or rather...
What specifically about Vidco?
If anything happened between you and Vidco, or rather, why did he quit? People were saying he just disappeared. What happened, basically?
Why did you make Vidco leave?
Uh,
I didn't make him leave, but I don't know. I think he just ultimately, I think he just played too much DayZ Mod and he kind of hit the wall. And also, I felt like he had neglected real life for a bit, and he decided to make a clean break with DayZ Mod.
Yeah.
But he's fine. I played with him yesterday, but in standalone.
How is he doing? Is he okay?
Yeah, he's fine. He's fine. He's good.
He has a dog, right?
Yeah, Pasha.
Yeah.
Yeah, he loves that dog. But no. He's
That's
still
really-
playing DayZ standalone.
It's good to hear that you're teaming up as well. Really cool.
Yeah. Basically, my whole squad that I used to play with on this server is playing DayZ standalone now, and I have resisted the urge to join them so far. But the last month I started playing with them again. So
What server are you playing, and is it a specific map or?
it's Shanaris. It's Community C, the server is called, and
Cool.
it's like I'm quite new to the concept, but basically. There's a shared community base on the server that's hidden, and you have to like gain people's trust to know the location of that space, and then obviously there's people, other factions playing against them, trying to destroy and find the base.
Cool.
And there's no voice Discord allowed, so you have to communicate with in-game tunes only. So.
Oh, so it's like a trusted player server, right?
Yeah, and seems to be a great admin team, and keep everyone honest. And I don't know, I like it so far.
Cool.
So it doesn't compare to DayZ Mod.
Слышали, спасибо, да?
Сейчас
What
я
can you do?
Exactly. What can you do? So another question for you, Nox, is from Pinetree. He says, how did you experience the Europa server as an admin and its evolution during all of these years?
Yeah. I mean, you kind of killed my love for the game as a player, but you kind of gain another love for the the game as a whole, and you get involved with the development of the game. And try and focus on helping game stay alive and shit like that, instead of focusing on the player aspect of it. Like, I'm a very competitive player by nature, so very quickly when you become an admin, people shock any success you have as a player up to you just using admin tools or whatever. So it's kind of kills the vibe a bit, and so after that I only played with my squad to be social with them, and when they quit the game I basically quit the game as well, which was like 3 years ago, maybe 2 years ago. But like as an I really still enjoyed the whole working on the game and trying to find ways to improve it. And
yeah, and I was telling all here that none of this would have been possible without you and Sick. The how we could grow and become that big server, but also for the amount of time. I'm thinking about another thing here, Nox. Do you have access to the chat? Because many have a hard time finding it. Can you see the chat to the right of this window?
for the Discord channel?
Yep.
Yeah,
Cool.
I see it.
Good. So if you answer any questions, please repeat the question before you answer it so everybody
Sure.
knows what question you're answering to. Cool. I'll be back in a bit, guys.
All right.
I'll leave you with Nox. Talk in a bit. Bye.
I'm not talking with cheaters, so no way. No, I'm just kidding. I was pissed by my whole life when you killed me in the NAF that night. When I was in a green tower, I was really pissed. Do you remember that?
Northwest Airfield?
Yeah, you're just logging,
yeah,
killing the Goofy Goober, and somehow just sneaking around. And I noticed you're picking me in this green tower, and I was how like looking exactly in my direction and know exactly where I am. at night.
Well, the thing is,
And
that's
I
a very
was
common camping spot. That green tower, like very common.
yes. But
And when you sit in that tower and you're alone on the airfield,
yeah
you only spawn zombies at the warehouses and the industrial.
yeah
So that was my first guess to check that spawn, and you were there.
yeah.
So,
But it's hard to understand when the anger in your eyes.
yeah, I mean,
That's
I don't blame people for.
basic stuff.
Yeah, I mean, I feel, yeah. And I spent like 15 minutes crawling up to your position in the rain, in the dark.
Mm.
I was kind of happy with that kill, to be honest.
Yeah, and you always had a like M14 and DMR, like
Yeah,
this couple, like
that's the combo I run. And,
right after you like spawn in the wipe, you had these two guns. I was like, he's spawning for himself these guns, his favorites. No way he find it so fast. So, sorry for that. I'm just. It's I've been told like from Horus or something or somebody that you are a nice player and really good player, and back in the day the whole like Horror Squad trying to get you in a lecture or something like that. But yeah, it was hardly believe that how it's happened. You know, that's stuff like when the admin plays the game,
yeah.
he always had like 0.5% of like paranoia that I got it from the Russian servers in 2014.
Yeah.
This paranoid
But that's also
thing.
like definitely the biggest downside of being an admin, that no one believes anything you do. But that's part of the game, and you just have to accept it. My opinion on Goofy. I mean, I don't really have an opinion on him. Like I think people think that admins didn't like him, or sure, he was pretty annoying at times, but and I don't really take it personally if someone doesn't behave. Like I just, follow the rules and you just can stay. And if you don't, you can stay. And it's not really on a personal level.
Здорово, медведь.
And I can definitely see how, from the player's perspective, they think it's a big vendetta because the admins are after them. But we're just trying to keep this place free from trolls and toxic behavior, so we can just have a common ground to talk to each other without too much salt in the air. And if you want to be an asshole, you can play like an asshole in game, and that's totally fine. How much money did Barster donate overall? I would have to ask Lionel about that. I really don't know. But from what I've seen, maybe $300 or something like that. But he's kind of, one day he's super happy donating, and the next day he's like taking the donations back because he didn't like something. So what the actual number is, who knows?
Ой, блядь! Там за рулем-то есть кто-то?
Yeah, like you can just request your money back on PayPal.
Чё, ебать. Надо как-то слиться с этой конференции. Думаю, пора завершать уже. Мы не в электро же. Уже 5 часов почти. Пошли на СЗ хуями.
Ну да, поехали. Вот уже электро, в принципе.
Нокс, are you here? Скелет сейчас будет.
Yep.
Так что, блядь.
What's up?
Вот там зомби уже, да?
So far, so good. It's interesting to hear your voice and Gmail voice. I never hear you before.
Uh-huh. Well, I'm a kind of introverted person. I usually only talk with my squad and play with myself, so that'll be why.
Это пиздец ёбаный. Ты ёбаный пиздос.
Два челика на Ментосе в этом.
No, I was just saying that I'm an introverted person, so I prefer to just play with my squad and usually don't join big groups for that reason.
Это был...
Крис.
Это был...
Я не очень...
Кто же это был?
Ребята, это был... А вот не скажу, кто это был. Я не скажу, кто это был.
Finally, no bullshit.
Это сейчас с бабой своей играет.
Это скелет был.
Да?
Да.
Yeah. Is there anything you wanna know?
Короче, я стрим пока ставлю.
Второй.
Yeah. What's your what you doing in real life? Working on.
I'm a games developer here in Stockholm, Sweden.
You're a game developer?
Yeah.
What kind of game are you making?
Well, been working on basically every type of game there is at this point.
You make a PC game or console or
Both. I've done mobile games, I've done PC, console games.
Hello, you are friendly?
Basically, I haven't done web browser games or Flash games, but besides that, pretty much done anything.
Что-то она тут делает. А, ее надо спасти от зомби.
Что за кепка, пацаны?
Мы тут какую-то кепку встретили.
do you have any hobbies?
Наш камера есть.
I play Warhammer. It's like a tabletop game.
Jump in the car. Please. Get inside.
And I like to drive enduro or motocross as well.
Чё ты так калаш?
So yeah, I guess those are my hobbies.
Он еще молчит,
Oh,
блядь.
it's interesting.
Такой хуй тупо, блядь. Такой гаслингер.
You also play World of Warcraft before?
Подвинь его чуть-чуть прям. Подвинь его прям.
Yeah, I played it since the open beta. And I played it like a madman for the first 10 years maybe. Up to Cataclysm maybe. It was the first expansion where I took a break. But I still play a little bit from time to time, but not as much. I don't really have the time anymore to play like I did. Why, do you still play, World of Warcraft?
No, I'm just try a couple months and it's too hard game for me.
Oh, really?
Ёбаный, нам пизда?
I feel like beta games usually are quite, easy to learn but hard to master. But, yeah.
Yeah, we have that in common, Nox, as we both played. We never played World of Warcraft together though, but we
No,
pretty much have the same history when
I
it
feel
comes
like
to.
our World of Warcraft days were behind us for the most part. You know, when we started, or you started Europa.
Yeah.
I don't remember when I joined Europa. I think you had been up for maybe 6 months.
Something like that. I remember you and Vidgo joined.
Yeah.
And you played a lot. You liked the server, but you wanted me to modify some things. And I remember I wrote a letter, or rather a forum post at that time, probably saying it started vanilla, it will stay vanilla. That's my idea with the whole thing.
Yeah.
But then you ended up joining us admins, first Vidgo and then you, Nox, which
Yeah.
I'm very thankful for.
Yeah, back in the day when we joined, there wasn't that much traffic, but I don't even really know why we picked this server. I guess we just liked the people on it. Because at the time it wasn't that, you know, I remember calling Vidko one night and saying like, dude, we need to get on. There's 12 people on the server, like it's popping, you know, and those were before the days when we had 60 people on every night.
Yeah. I want to ask you a question that I received myself that I did find quite hard to answer because there's so many memories to pick from, but I thought I would ask you the same question. And I'm going to try to find it. So one of them is, can you share one of the most memorable battles/events that took place on the server? And I told the participants here about some of the battles we witnessed together as admins, hidden, invisible, just how amazed we were about seeing the battles take place sometimes. And but I can't really, I want to ask you the same question basically.
Yeah. First off, I just wanna. You're talking about the battles before I became an admin.
Any battle, if you can
No,
share
I mean like
the most.
you said you had watched some cool fights.
Yeah.
While invisible and stuff.
Yeah, I remember. I think it was Vidko that DM'd me and said, "Dude, you gotta get on. You gotta see this." Or if I sent you a message and we went up. I remember it was nighttime, 2 big groups fighting it out, and it was a long fight, and people kept on respawning, coming back, and we watched it all. It was amazing. But if you had a memorable battle or event that took place on the server, if you would like to share, if you remember something special.
Well, it's a real hard question because there's been a lot of fights. And, can't really think of one in particular. Like, there's been a ton of good fights. That's why I lived for squad fights and had probably thousands over the years. So I can't really think of one that stands out at the moment.
Mm-hmm.
But that's really like where I really love the game the most, where you're fighting with another squad and they're good at the game, and it's back and forth. You're running back to your corps. You're trying to gain the upper hand, and sometimes win, sometimes you lose. And regardless of the result, like you still had a lot of fun that night. So that's what I like most about DayZ, to be honest.
Yeah.
And that's kind of why I haven't played much the last 3 years, because my own squad kind of quit, but also there hasn't been that many squads around the last few years. Like we used to have maybe 15, 20 good PvP squads on the server, playing on the server, so
those were the days, man.
Yeah. I think was that 2016, 2017 maybe.
Yeah.
Like server was popping every night. It was a dream.
Yeah, crazy times.
And I can remember like joining the server, and you know, obviously we didn't have good population early on, and thinking at that moment that kind of the stream, like the game was dead, and wasn't going to come back. And I just couldn't believe that we had like after that fact we had like 2 or 3 good years where we had solid population. So
yeah, that's quite a feat actually.
and then like you kept thinking like, is the population gonna die after next wipe or? But that never really happened until obviously the last 2 or 3 years.
Yeah.
It lasted a lot longer than I thought it would.
Yeah, same here. And that leads me on to another question, which I also wanted to pick your brain on. And I'm not going to share what I answered, but it would be interesting to hear what you answer. And that's let me just try to find the question because I want to ask it the way it was asked. What do you believe led to the decline in interest in DayZ Mod over the last couple of years?
I don't know. I mean, it's just. I think there's obviously no real money in it. There's no, organization or a company that's actively onboarding new players. That's trying to get new players into the game. New players have to know someone who plays, and
yeah, it's hard to get into it.
It's hard to find the game. And there's no one that has a monetary interest in getting people on here. So obviously, after a while, it just dies on its own. And obviously, patches stopped coming out, and the game hasn't changed in years. And
even though we tried.
Yeah, we tried to spice it up a little bit, change the meta every wipe a little bit. Maybe a little bit too much for my own taste, but when you have zero population, there's very little to lose in the end. So we tried to run it as vanilla as we could for as long as we could, basically. But also, obviously, DayZ standalone was pretty shit when it came out, and it slowly progressed and became better and more playable. So that's where basically all the new players went to.
Yeah.
Like 99% of the new players are gonna look at DayZ and DayZ Mod and DayZ standalone, and obviously it's an obvious choice for them to pick DayZ standalone. So.
Yeah.
That's why you only have old farts playing.
Exactly, it's an uphill battle, to say the least. We're pretty amazed, though, that we were able to run it for 9 whole years, and much thanks to you for participating and contributing with so much. Again, as I said earlier, I wouldn't be able to do on my own. Both you and Siki, and also Vidko, of course, being the guard dog, really helped in letting this.
I mean, it's mostly obviously you did most of the heavy lifting when it came to running the server itself, like day to day. And obviously I did some moderating and helped with some reports and shit like that, but you did everything that's what needed to update, keep the server updated, up and running, and all the technical stuff. So I think 90% of the is due to you.
Yeah, maybe, but again, stuff like just getting the new barns in for that wipe, remember, so people could build bases in more places. I don't think I would have been able to do that, for example.
You could, but maybe you wouldn't have the will to do it at that point. But yeah, obviously it helps when you can share the load a bit. And I obviously you doing all the work you have done has allowed me to focus on talking with the devs and seeing what I can help with, and trying to convey the problems we have and try and work with them.
Yeah. On to another question that I think you can answer a bit more extensively than I can. What do you know about DayZ 2.0?
Well, I think I know all there is to know about DayZ 2.0, but
people here are keen and curious, and I've talked to Perry Swift and told him I've got some questions regarding it, and he basically said Let me just read this answer real quickly, so I don't. So we know what we can move in between. We intend to use the official DayZ Discord. My question was, can I share your Discord nicks, for example, or is there perhaps a Discord for 2.0? Many seems interested for natural reasons. He said, yes, that's fine. The reason we don't go around telling everyone is that we don't want to A, set expectations, B, have any sort of pressure. It's done when it's done and only when we think it's ready, but you are free to answer anything you want, of course. That's from Perry a couple of hours ago.
Well, yeah, there you have it. I mean, it's done when it's done. I thought like 2 years ago that we were pretty close. Like we had, like, they had a game that you could start, you could play it, and they had basically all the components of DayZ, and it was working. It was working.
Were you part of the testing? The factory?
Well, they only did one test publicly, and I actually missed that one.
Okay.
I was away on vacation, but I know other people that were there, and I always talk to Perry about it, and they have the game is up and running. They have all the components, all the features, and the game obviously, like they rebuilt the game from the ground up, so it's completely new code. Like there's no shared code with DayZ Mod. So everything, like DayZ Mod is a fucking Frankenstein's monster.
Yeah, I told them.
Like you had, it's like a soup made by like 15 different chefs over like 10 years. So it's a huge mess and super inefficient. So they basically made it all from scratch and made it a ton better, and it runs super smooth, and it's like a dream compared to the regular DayZ Mod. And so basically they were in that state 2 years ago. And they're still working. I don't know. I can't tell you when it will be done. They say it's done when it's done. So at this point, I don't know. I think it would be really cool when it's done, but obviously, I was hoping that we were gonna be up and run that when. Obviously, that's not happening. So. Yeah, it's a bit sad about that. But obviously, if they do release it at some point, I'll probably try and run a server for it. At some point.
That's cool. That's really, really cool.
I mean, it's not the answer people want to hear. Obviously, it's been 5 years or something like of this. It's almost done, but yeah, I can't really say anything else rather than I've seen that it is basically done. I can confirm that it is basically done. Why they don't want to continue to do like public tests or stuff like that, I don't know, it's up to them.
I got a sort of an answer to that he said also, we will ask for testers when we do an alpha test.
Well, they're kind of doing beta tests. Like beta test usually implies that it's a feature complete game. And from what I could tell, they were basically there at that stage. So yeah, I don't know. I feel like they're kind of losing the crowd a bit. Sadly. But I don't know what's going on. It's two people, working on it.
No.
In game development world, that's nada. There's no resources behind it, so I don't know what's going on in these two people's lives. Maybe they're really going through something IRL, so I can't really speak to.
It is what it is, as we usually say. Yeah. Yeah, hopefully we will see DayZ 2.0 in the future. That would be cool. That would be really, really cool. As I told them earlier, and as you pointed out as well, Nox, it runs great, and hopefully, or perhaps you will be able to run up to 128 players on one
Oh,
So-
easy.
Yeah.
And basically any conceivable problem that existed with DayZ Mod has been fixed.
Yeah, I know that too. That's really cool. Yeah, they solved the combat logging. They've solved glitching, as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But also like everything, like stuff like trees are not bulletproof anymore and all that stuff. Like they really follow everything. Obviously, they've been playing the game 10 years themselves, so
Yeah.
they know what needs to be fixed. And I just hope that someone is actually around to play it when they do release it.
Yep, future problem for sure. Well, that's cool. That's really, really cool. I'm trying to look through the questions and see if there's anyone else you could be interested in answering as well.
Какой там аккорд, помню, вспомнил. H7. А ну-ка, H7.
Yeah, I think we covered most of them actually. Pretty much. And I'm happy you could chime in on what you know about DayZ 2.0 and your view on it as well.
I mean, yeah, like it's kind of hard to know, being one of the few that actually knows pretty much everything about it.
Ich werde kein Alt F4.
And
Auf keinen Fall.
knowing how good it is,
Mhm.
but obviously,
Frustrating?
yeah, it's frustrating that you
Yeah.
can't really, other people can't see it at the moment.
So I told the participants here earlier today, if I ever would come back and host a server again, I'm having my eyes on DayZ 2.0, but that I really need to know that they have ironed out a lot of the problems that has forced us to monitor DayZ Europa to the extent we have had to all the think about raiding bases, for example, all the work that goes into trying to find out what happened and how and when and shit like that.
Base raids, man, those take a long time.
Yeah. So
And like some reports, like some, you know, figuring out who did what during some base glitching events, you know, sometimes you spend 4 or 5 hours per day for like a week before you've gone through all the code and you know, can demonstrate that this happened and this person did that, and
it's a bitch.
It's a bit, but it's also kind of like important to do, because if you don't hold people accountable, the whole game kind of falls apart.
Yeah.
It's literally game breaking if
you could raid without glitch raid without any punishment, yes.
Yeah.
Break. And I fully agree with that, and I also said that it felt to me sometimes that no matter the outcome, we always lost, or the server always lost, because either you ban the player that glitched in, or the group that got raided, even though it was legit, quit the game. That I found very frustrating as well.
Yeah. Yeah, like there are also a lot of toxic situations where two groups basically knock out each other because they can't behave.
Eliminate each other.
Yeah, and obviously everyone loses in the end.
Exactly.
And there's been countless of those situations over the years. Which is kind of why we're being so Nazi on Discord and trying to nip things in the bud before they kind of turn into full-blown thought wars and
shitfests.
Yeah,
shitstorms. Yes,
because it always ends the same way. Like one group leaves, and
it's a problem.
Yeah.
It's a problem for sure. Yeah. So,
seen it- yeah.
sorry, Nox, you were saying?
No, I was just gonna say that we've seen it happen to so many other, like we monitor a lot of other DayZ communities and DayZ servers
Yeah.
over the years, and we kind of learn from them what not to do sometimes.
Exactly. And what to do.
Kind of also why when Aljeska Bastard joined the server, we kind of were quickly on his ass because we obviously had previous knowledge of his behavior on other servers, and we really don't wanted that to turn into a thing on our server. So we're kind of hard on him from the get-go.
Yeah.
Maybe a little bit too hard. But
Yeah, but he was fully understandable for that, and also thankful for us giving him the chance to actually play here. But as I told the others, I had no real reason to actually ban him before he had played here, but we had to set the ground rules from start. We knew too much about him, but it turned out pretty fine anyway. I mean, he played here for a long time and didn't cause too much problems, as far as I know, at least.
I mean, he was the cause for a lot of fun conversations. I mean, I wouldn't say that he was problem-free, but it kind of worked out in the end.
I agree. So Pine Tree is saying, I'm heading off. Thanks again for the amazing years. Thank you to Pine Tree for playing. Really appreciate this final moment where we can talk and you share your personal side of the journey with us. Said before, but it was an unforgettable experience / service. See you all around. Good riddance and Godspeed, Pine Tree. Thanks for being here and joining and also playing over the years. It's been a pleasure.
See you, Pine Tree.
So we have Pine Tree and we have Oak Tree.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I've never spoken to these guys, but obviously I've seen their names on the server for basically as long as I can remember. So.
Also, again, VSK says, thank you guys for everything. I got to head off as well. See you on the fields. Thank you, VSK, and thanks for helping out today. I really appreciate it. And again, if you want, feel free to, I'm not sure how long Nox feels he can stay here, but if you wish to unmute and ask your questions directly to us, as some of you already did, please feel free to do so. If you're unable to unmute, leave the channel, rejoin, and you should be able to unmute and ask questions. There we go. Hello, Duke.
Oh, hey.
So, yeah, please feel free, as I said earlier, feel free to share favorite memories or stuff like that as well. That would be cool.
Hello, Blackwood.
Perkele. Tjena.
Hello. You can still speak?
Yeah.
At this hour?
Yeah, I just came from a bar.
Okay. And you can still speak clearly. That's you're getting old, man.
I got new headset.
Oh, so you weren't drunk all those years. You just had a bad headset.
No, a bad headset. This is new. This is better sound.
Perfect. Love it.
Hey guys, when did you last time hear anything about Gibbs? I was just wondering.
Good question. I wanted to ask Nox the same thing because I haven't spoken to him in a couple of years, actually. Last time I did speak to him was in... he got really sick. Really sick. But he came through, as far as I know. And I still see him on Steam playing games, so I know he's alive. Nox.
I don't play with him anymore. I talked to him maybe 6 months ago, but we just said hi. Obviously, I'm still friends with him on Steam, so sometimes when I see him playing, we have a chat. But yeah, he got sick. He got really sick. Obviously, to the point where, didn't think he was going to make it and stuff like that. So, but I think the gist of his situation with DayZ Mod was that he basically had his own company where he was able to spend a lot of time at the computer and able to play a lot. And then I think he changed jobs, so he was out on the road all the time and couldn't play anymore. So that's why he quit DayZ. But he seems to be doing great these days, so at least it had a happy ending.
Yeah, I was playing with him. He stopped playing DayZ and we started playing like other Coop games, like I have posted videos to you if you remember. Like Call of Duty World at War and things like that. We played them a lot. And ArmA missions also. I remember when he got sick and he came through like, completely. It was like a miracle almost.
Yeah. Definitely, like it wasn't crazy. It was some dark times.
But then he just disappeared. I also have him as a Steam friend, etc. But I haven't seen him on Discord for like 4 years, maybe. Only in Steam.
Yeah, I don't think he has the Discord installed these days even. So. But yeah.
He's a funny guy. I really miss him. He's such a...
Yeah, like always great to play with him.
Yeah.
I don't remember when he stopped playing. It was probably 2018, maybe 2019.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, we started. That's about the year we started playing Call of Duty with Gibbs. We were playing all the time Call of Duty, like every day, hours and hours.
Вот что бывает, как бы, если играть.
Question for you, Nox, in the chat from GAE. Will vinkelvolten, default keybind V, be in DayZ Mod 2.0? Do you know?
Probably. Yeah, I think so.
Spartacus, nice to have you here, man. Thank you, Vinyl and Nox, for all your hard work. Your server will live on in our memories and the digital world forever. All hail Spartacus. All hail Spartacus. Thank you, man. Glad to have you playing on the server. You're a legend.
Yeah, man, Spartacus, what a character. I love that stuff. When people can, keep something up for years and everyone else joins in the fantasy, it's makes it enriches the playing experience for sure.
Yeah. So Oak Tree actually reminds me that Pine Tree and me are father and son playing since the beginning. I remember this early contacts when I believe we wanted to limit the number of accounts a player could use, but naturally Oak Tree and Pine Tree shared IP, so just like any other good player, he contacted me early on explaining that he plays with his son, and we could sort that immediately, no issues as far as I know. There might be some false positive bans along the way, but in the long run you should have been able to play together for most of the time.
Yeah, I think I do remember that now, that there's a note on him in our admin tools that says
father and son.
They're not cheating. There is a father and son playing on the same IP, basically. So.
Okay, so he's living on his own now. That's good to hear. And thanks for the support through all the years. I remember you from the early days. Please share in the chat, or if you wish to unmute, let us know when you first started playing on Europa. I know Blackwood is an old-timer for sure. We have more people here that's been playing for Shooter 165 for many years on the server as well. I don't remember exactly, that's why I'm asking, so please share if you would like to, your first memories of DayZ Europa, or if you want to type the year or month you started playing, that would be cool. Oops, sorry.
When I started playing, there was like 8 players maximum.
I remember that.
And it was you and your wife.
Yeah.
And Sick.
Yep.
Epic. Was Emil playing?
Probably Ferdinand, Emil, and Gibbs as well, but I don't remember.
I think Emil was the first ones I killed from the admin team.
Yeah.
I tried to kill Vinyl when he was flying with the chopper with his wife.
Did I manage to get away?
I didn't have a gun.
Oh, okay.
I was looting like insane in a bar, and you landed next to the bar, and
remember
like,
this.
come on in, join the chopper.
So I remember a quite early memory from Vidgo and Nox when they started playing on server. They chased me across the fucking map on an ATV. They were in the UE, but I believe I managed to escape. I was hiding in pine trees and shit, and eventually got away. If I remember correctly, my memory could serve me wrong, but that's one of the earliest memories I have of not playing with, but against Nox and Vidgo. That was some tough...
Well, yeah, you know, it still played more against you than I have with you, to be honest.
Oh, yeah, that's crazy, though. That's crazy.
Like, we haven't played with each other basically at all since I joined the admin team.
The early days, before you were an admin, I remember you, me, Emil, something at the airfield, but as I told the others, the more I got into admining, the less I could actively play. And that's something that comes with the job, unfortunately. Luckily, you have been able to balance that out in a good way. And keep
I mean, it obviously I played socially with my squad, but as a solo player, it obviously kills a lot of the game. And it's kind of annoying when, because you have to deal with reports and stuff, so you have to check the maps and stuff. So you can you can know stuff like you can know that a certain vehicle is parked somewhere.
You might have left now.
So we can't, like, let's say we want to find the SUV.
Wait a second.
As players. If we happen to know about where the SUV is from, like a report or something, obviously we can't go look for it because we know where it is, and we can't go to it because that would be admin abuse. So it kind of
kills the game.
Yeah, it kills the game a lot. So you kind of have to like wait a week and not look at the map, and then you can go look for the SUV.
Yeah.
I remember
like
Vinyl. I remember you had that 3-star. What was that anti-cheat system you had originally?
Infistar.
Infistar. I remember you were watching me playing as a invisible admin, and you said that you learned too much about tactics when you were watching players, and you didn't like the system at all.
That's a problem. And also...
you saw where I move, how I encounter everything.
Or if you run to a hidden stash or a tent.
Yeah. I remember you were watching me and telling like, oh, you were so sneaky.
Yeah. And that's the problem, because then I, as a player, I receive information I shouldn't have, which it puts me in a situation where I seriously should consider playing actively or not on the server. That's a problem.
I think it's hard to balance. You have to give up a lot of stuff in the game and just realize, oh, I can't go and look for some stashes and stuff like that. Like, you have to give that up and focus on, like, what I would do usually is put someone else in the driver's seat and let them decide what to do with the evening. So I obviously, most of my squad weren't admins, so they decide like, oh, let's go to Northwest Airfield or Northeast Airfield, and they kind of took charge of what we did.
Also remember,
and sometimes, you know, they find, you know that you're going towards a vehicle you've seen on the map, and they find like, oh, we found the Humvee. Oh, really? That's really cool. Who knew that was there? I'm so happy for you.
Yeah, I remember Vidgo could contact me and ask questions regarding inquisitions he might have received, but he didn't want to look at the map himself, so he handed it over to me. So he could continue playing, and you did the same.
But that was, if we were playing, obviously we contacted you. To check, because we were in a combat and we couldn't look at anything else. So
That's the right way to do it. I'm happy we did it that way.
Yeah, and if I'm honest, like we do get on well, you and me, as people, I feel like, but as admins, we kind of have adversarial roles. Like, we have had many heated arguments over the years, and we're usually on opposite ends of an argument, and I think that's been great because obviously we kind of keep each other in check. Like, you would never allow me to run rampant or spawn shit in, like, because you, as an admin, you're not my friend, and we don't know each other that well that you would just like see past that. So, and I think that's key in an admin team. That like you can't all be friends and buddies and forgive stuff. So I think we had a good balance.
Yeah, I agree.
I'm putting a bleed out here.
About stashing vehicles, I remember a couple of funny things, like, you remember, Nox, when you said to me, Blackboot, stop stashing shit on my base, when I was bringing you all the time vehicles.
Oh my god.
Your base was filled with vehicles.
Yeah, because we're trying to look, you know, good as admins. That's everyone associated the base in Electro with me, even though I was the one who used it the least.
And I was bringing you tappers and everything, cars and
then I get like screenshots of people like, oh look, admins are hoarding like 7 vehicles in their base, and I get all this shit for it. So I wasn't really happy about that. That's why I, contacted you like, don't park shit in my base, because it just looks bad.
Funny. Yeah, same happened to me. Like, you said to me, like, hey, your base is filled with vehicles. I'm gonna delete them if you don't remove them. And I said that everybody is stashing their vehicles to our base. Remember?
Yeah.
Like,
we try to be a little bit understanding, like playing in big and loosely connected formation and groups.
Yeah.
It is kind of hard to keep track of stuff.
We gave our base code to so many people, and they all stashed their vehicles to our base when they locked out, so our base was filled with vehicles.
So Eric says here in chat, and thanks for sharing those great stories, like with the Nox. If I'm not mistaken, me and my friend actually got a lift from Vinyl on our very first start on the server, probably sometime back in 2014-15. He picked us up in a Humvee and gave us some antibiotics. It can't be me. It must be someone else. But thanks for sharing that, Eric. Hint, hint. Gay also says, another great story, me and a guy in our team, Stitcher, had looted Northwest Airfield in pitch black night. We talked about how lucky we had been to not run into another player, and checked the player list to realize that it was only 4 players left. We rode through Vibor very slowly on a motorbike, avoiding obstacles on the road. We all know that feeling. And while talking about we hadn't seen anyone and that it was unlikely to run into trouble, someone suddenly opened full auto fire with a PDV from less than 5 meters. We only saw the guy because the extreme muzzle flash illuminated him like a flashlight. For some reason, none of us got hit. And as we had passed all difficult obstacles, I hit the gas. We drove at full speed halfway across the map in panic, just waiting for some vehicles to start chasing us. Great story, Gay. Sounds like DayZ Mod. I love that shit. Spectrum says, perhaps I missed it when you mentioned this exact mechanism, but did you spawn as animals while on the Overwatch? No. To answer your question, Spectrum, for many years we never used admin tools at all because...
that was before my time. Like, when I joined, you didn't use that anymore. And you only used it for maybe a year last year, maybe?
Yeah. And this was in correlation when we became the biggest server in the world and many other servers turned off. I felt that we had to check it. But I also shared that we never caught any cheaters with that, only dupers. Because some questions regarding cheating and stuff like that came up.
I think we did catch maybe like 2 or 3 ESP users.
Oh, maybe you're right. Yes, you're right. You were actually right. I remember that.
But
oh, I would love to share that story in a bit. But yeah. Oh, sorry. No, go on.
I'm very happy that we did not have those tools when I was actually playing the game myself. To be honest. But,
We can
They
definitely
were
take them
quite
over
useful
there.
though. The last year we had it.
You have fun then.
Yeah, you drive around and hold the ground.
Sometimes it's hard to see what's going on by just looking at the map that updates once maybe every minute or so.
Yeah, 30 seconds or something like that.
No, it's not 30 seconds. It's probably like closer to a minute. It's supposed to be 30 seconds, but
it's not.
It's not.
So Nox is now talking about an interactive web map Siki put together for us to be able to see tents, stashes, and bases, and vehicles and players. But it was updating very slow because it couldn't poll too often as it draw performance from the server. So basically mostly used for finding bases built in no build zones. We could easily delete them from the very same map as well. So not an in-game admin tool, rather an offline or on
web browsed map.
Yeah. A tool Siki has put together for us to help the everyday running of the server a lot easier.
Are you dead? Yes or no?
Yes. Run right up to him.
I remember another vehicle thing, like I think it was really funny. You remember Nox and Vinyl when we were playing Zeleno and we basically never left the base.
I remember.
Oh yeah.
We were constantly in the base and we were wondering where does Vidko and Nox hide their Hui, because nobody finds it ever. And after 3 weeks I decided to leave our base and run to the forest behind our base, and Hui was there, and you were laughing like crazy. You said that it has been there for 3 weeks because nobody comes even closer to Zeleno base. You hid it behind our base.
Oh, perfect. Smart.
You remember that, Nox?
Well, I don't know if we, I think it's more like we dumped it there and then no one else. Like we were surprised that it was still there. It wasn't like I thought about the idea that we were like, oh, no one goes there, so we're gonna. I think we just dumped it close to your base, and then for some reason no one else saw it for 3 weeks.
No. It was there all the time, next to our base, and nobody came there. I thought it was really funny. Vidko was laughing like crazy, like nobody comes there.
I think he couldn't believe that it was still there for 3 weeks. And during a time when the server was booming, like there was a lot of activity, so it's pretty weird.
It was full all the time, about 50 players every day.
It was 60 back then.
Yeah. So Spectrum, to answer your question fully, no, we never spawn as animals. Instead, we were invisible. But and I started explaining that the tools were only used early in the early days of DayZ Europa. We used the Infestar that sucked the monkey balls. It was not even working fully for DayZ Mod. It was made for Epoch. But then later on, I found, thanks to other server admins, another Epoch anti-hack that we actually got help customizing to work with DayZ, and that's the tool Nox was mentioning early that he found useful. But that was basically the days when we had 50-60 players all the time. We did have some problems with that tool, causing very randomly players not saving to the database, meaning you could play for 2-3 hours, gear up, run north. Next time you're logged in after restart or logging out and logging back in, you're back at the coast with no gear, because for some reason the anti-hack was causing some characters not to save to the database. We could clearly see it in the logs, and that's why I decided to let go of that eventually. Because the pain of players contacting me saying, what about now? I've played for 3 hours, all my stuff is gone. Isn't there anything you can do? And the problem was we couldn't do anything because nothing had been saved. There were no logs, there were nothing to actually... all we saw was error messages saying that the character cannot be synced to database. So for some reason that anti-hack caused that issue, forcing me to turn it off eventually.
Alright, can you run back up?
So we're getting more great questions here. One is from Mr. Alex says, Vinyl and Nox, is there anything you would have done personally prefer to be different on Europa, such as features, rules, anything? I've answered this question in part already, but I would like to hear what Nox has to say.
Like my personal preference rather than what I, because obviously I think my personal preference is pretty niche.
Nice one.
And I prefer to have a high population rather than have it my way. But if I like had no concerns about population and stuff, like obviously probably would have gone with first person.
You really understand the way of killing the game for us, huh?
PvP is just so much better with first person. And
no gun.
even though I've always like been the guy arguing against first person, but that's purely because of how bad the server performs when it's on. So
I got this guy.
other than that, I don't know about rules. Pretty happy with the rules we have.
What? Where?
I remember you and I having lots of arguments around rules, but in the end, I believe we came through with some quite constructive ways of solving things, and for that I'm pretty thankful actually, because I would never done it without you, so to speak. So I'm pretty happy with your input over the years, and especially regarding your background as a game developer, because that is knowledge and experience I don't have, which really I found valuable when it came to, no matter what we were talking about on Europa, you gave such insights on things I didn't even think of, because it came from you as a game developer, which was very interesting, and I believe contributed a lot to what we ended up with here.
It's just I thought of another thing about rules. I feel like I probably would have done with less rules, like regarding bases and stuff.
Me too.
Because like if it was just up to me, like my personal preference, I am more in the school of like learn to play. If you don't like something, deal with it. But you know, that's easy to say as someone who likes challenges. And at the time, I played a lot DayZ, so I had the time and the luxury to deal with stuff. And I had a squad behind me that could help me remove bases I didn't like and stuff like that. And so I always thought there was, like, say, coastal bases. Sure, it could be annoying to get sniped by a dude in the base, but at the same time, that's a static problem that you can usually avoid. And stuff like that, I probably wouldn't have introduced rules against personally, but as an admin, you have to look at the whole picture and see
what's best for the server.
Yeah, like you get a very different perspective as an admin, like what actually happens. Like you can track people, you can see guys, new people that never been on the server before. They can go into Electro and play for 10 minutes, and then they get sniped by a dude in a base.
And there wasn't any room.
And then he logs off and never to return. So who knows what would have happened to that guy if he had made it north and maybe met someone else or whatever. Like he is, you know, I felt like that killed a lot of traffic. And I quickly realized that when I became an admin, like I was
car driving.
used to be my hobby when I had a base in Electro. Let's say in the evenings while I was waiting for the squad to log in, I could spend half an hour sniping people in Electro. And you could kill like, you know, you could kill 15 people in 20 minutes. Sometimes, some days when it's 60 people on, and Electro is like bossing. You just snipe people from your base. And as soon as I became an admin, I realized quickly that that's a very destructive way of playing the game, and I didn't do it ever again, basically. After that, I only engaged people who were attacking me.
I don't know, he shot at us, so...
attacking me or the base.
That's interesting how
Should I go
it
first?
changes everything. You really have to give up the game basically.
Yeah.
If you're starting working behind
I
the
kill them. What do you think?
start working.
Well, it just becomes very clear, you know, what your behavior leads to. And I don't necessarily think that players should think that way. Like they should try and have as much fun as they can, basically, and play the game as however they want.
No.
But it's hard for me to continue with that behavior, knowing what it led to.
No. I got a similar question, or someone wrote something in side chat earlier a couple of days ago regarding how we. He said we preferred or we kept donators behind our backs, and I tried to explain to him that we're firm believers of the game being played as intended, and that if I would just like Nox is saying here, if it would have worked, we wouldn't wanted any rules at all. I mean, this is a sandbox game. You should basically be able to do anything you want besides cheating, and that should be it. That would be a dream server, but
and I think initially the game kind of was like that. Like there was very little rules, but I feel like the meta evolved and people figured out new loopholes and stuff to do, and every time someone did that, you had to add a rule against it, or it would literally break the game. Like, yeah, you couldn't keep it up.
Yeah, I see.
That's the problem. That is the problem.
Yeah. Damn it. Okay.
Where was everyone's favorite spot for a base?
They saw me drop. They're clever.
I mean, obviously, I loved my base location in Electro, mostly because it was super close to the nearest trains and the largest amount of trains in the one location. So for screws, it was the best location, and I don't like to, you know, farm the coast for screws and then have to travel to the north to build my base.
I'm running towards
Also a shore hotspot for action, Electro.
Yeah, and initially that was a draw, but
in the middle of the in between vibe.
When we became admins, it wasn't really much of it was more of a problem. Though it was kind of nice for when someone was raiding us in Electro. We often got comments about from the guys raiding us that like, yeah, how many people were you? Like you were like 5-6 people. I'm like, what? Our squad hasn't been online today. Like, what are you talking about? And it's just people in Electro turning up and engaging the raiders. So
yeah,
we got them both.
It had like a natural protection.
Cool. I didn't think of that. that's
it wasn't a thought out defensive plan. It just happened that way. But
it worked out favorably.
Oh, and a sniper rifle. What?
But then later on we added the
Slinky.
that scrapyard close to Veresnik. And if I had built the date today, I probably would have built it a bit more.
An engine in his
further north,
in the car.
Closer to northwest.
Yeah.
But not close enough to northwest to ruin any PvP around it.
Nice.
Blackwood basically always had a base in Selenogorsk, I remember. Correct?
We played Seleno, I think 6 years.
So you never played DayZ Europa, you played Selenogorsk?
Yeah, we only played Selenogorsk.
Yeah.
We had a lot of complaints at the time. People complaining about being sniped in Selena all the time.
If we're quick, we might be.
Yeah, and people were saying like West is evil, nobody wants to go to West side anymore. I was patrolling West. Like every day I started from Selenogorsk and I went up to Popeda Dam and then came back again. Always the same route.
Right, I'm coming.
Yeah.
But you remember the times when there were no rules for the bases, like people built bases to supermarkets and castles.
Yeah. That became a problem.
sheet
Yeah.
on the main
with
road.
the padlocks, unfortunately.
Though, that's most important.
Yeah.
And also, like how we had no rules on cars, we had no rules on gates, and back in the day, people, they didn't buy, they had like 8 gates, with no rules restricting it. But then people obviously took it too far. They realized like, oh, I can put 30 gates, and no one can break in inside of 3 hours. So people always ruin things.
And nothing is for keeps in DayZ.
Well, that's the intent, yeah, but like, it should always be a chance for someone to get your loot.
I agree. I agree.
It shouldn't be impossible.
Even the small guy. We often talked about the small guy.
The small guy's kind of fucked. You have squads that play 24/7. You have to kind of.
Yeah, but I'm thinking about the possibility of actually being able to raid a base. That was the ground, the seed for us creating the rule on a limit on gates.
Yeah.
For anyone to have a chance at least. It was a good idea, I believe.
They weren't such a menace. Like earlier, when the bases came, you remember that everybody could hatch down the walls with hatchet.
Oh yeah.
So they weren't really such an issue. I remember hatcheting like huge bases. Just hatchet on my hands, and I was having like 5 bottles of water and 10 cans of food. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I see him.
So, yeah.
I'll get him.
I think it was mistake to put satchels and explosive balls.
Yeah, maybe.
Because everybody had a chance to break into the base just with hatchet originally.
And it seems kind of natural that it will work that way as well. If you look at the models at least.
I'm kind of responsible for that going away. Because I was talking a lot with Razer at the time, and I was also testing all the new stuff, the new changes for the base system, and the intention was to add the metal bases as a later on. That would be, you couldn't destroy them with hatchets and stuff. And then have wooden fences as well that you could hatchet. But then he basically just made a code for the metal buildings or metal fences and applied them to the wood fences as a quick fix, and then he never got around to adding the metal buildings.
So yeah, exactly. We're left with a half-finished product, and not only that, it's as Nox and I've said earlier, it's a soup of scripts. It's just too many chefs. We're getting some additional input in the chat. GIE is saying the worst base spot I tried to use was the tiny island 11 kilometers far south. It's a good thought though, as a mini base to leave shoppers in a safe place. Found out that a Huey would slip into the sea over several hours, being left undisturbed. And also today, GIE, you would actually, if you log out there, you would spawn on the coast again because you're too far off. So the game takes care of you and spawns you on the beach again. So it's a really bad spot, yes. H8C says, hey man, by the way, is it safe to assume 2.0 isn't happening? I think it will happen.
Still driving?
Considering the amount of hours that have gone into it and how well it plays, and also considering the details they are focusing on now. They have asked me for logs regarding dumping database logs for them to get an oversight of how does a fully a full DayZ Mod server look database wise when it comes to high-end weapons after, let's say, 6 months. So I ran the queries they sent me and shared it with them. They were very thankful because they wanted to see at what level big groups and players have been able to obtain high-end gear, DMRs, PKMs, and so on, and which made them tweak their loot tables based on what they saw I could share when it comes to database. What I'm trying to say is, regarding the details they are focusing on now must mean they have come a long way. So I believe it will happen.
Oh, that's you? Okay.
But again, it seems they pretty much were in that state maybe 1 or 2 years ago, as Nox mentioned earlier as well. But
yeah,
I'm
I mean,
positive.
they were basically in a state where you could actually release it 2 years ago already.
Yeah.
But I think probably the main concern is that once they, say, oh, here it is, it's done, it's DayZ Mod 2.0, like you have one chance to attract people.
Yeah.
And tell people to actually pay attention and come check out your stuff you made. So I think they just want to take their time and make sure that it's actually fine-tuned on release and it's actually a good experience to play straight away.
I believe.
Because they're only gonna get one chance at people
One
checking
shot.
it out. Yeah. So
First impressions last, you're correct. And on HHC says, I haven't seen any news about it for a few years now, but I think Nox made a lot of things for base building some time ago, and you're correct. Would you like to share more information on that, Nox?
Okay, but I'm not...
well, I mean, yeah, I made those base editions like 4 or 5 years ago. They were intended for DayZ Mod. Yeah. And then basically I gave them to them, and I put them in their game, so they're obviously gonna be in DayZ Mod 2.0 at least. Last I heard.
From the top,
and,
I'm okay.
and one of the reasons you made them is I would say a product of all the discussions you and I have had regarding that we didn't want players to actually block off loot. So what we wanted was players being able to build a base where they could protect vehicles and stashes and tents with roofs. So one of the building is it 2 buildings with roofs?
Yeah. Well, there is a roof, a standalone roof, and then there's like a watchtower, a guard tower.
Yeah, cool.
But they were intended to be a freestanding base, basically, so you can build a base anywhere, and you don't have to rely on existing structures.
And you don't have to rely on, or you don't have to worry, or it wouldn't be as easy to raid your base by chopper. That was one of the main concerns.
Yeah, like your base won't be open to the air.
Yeah. So long answer to a short question, H8C. I hope you found it useful. Onwards, Mr. Alex says red ones were popular to answer Gay's question, especially the ones in Musta and Staroye. They were always occupied, almost always occupied. I agree. Very popular spot to build both in Musta and Staroye. Pretty close to the coast, good spot for action, nice. Pretty easy to defend, but maybe not always.
a lot of fights around Musta.
Yeah, indeed. Gay also says, oddly enough, I managed to leave cars in the southernmost barns in Pusta. Could come back 2-3 days later to find them untouched in the same spot, hidden in plain sight. Those are the best places for sure.
That Musta fight was, like you said, Musta was really occupied area. That was the longest team fight we ever had, like 4 hours maybe. Nox was there and you were there also, Vinyl.
Yeah, I remember. I got killed.
Yeah, in a barn.
Yeah.
That lasted like 4 hours. I thought it's never gonna end.
Epic.
Yeah.
So guys, I realize the time here in Sweden is 15 minutes past 12 o'clock at night. I'm really happy to have been able to be here for almost 6 hours now, answering question, but also saying goodbye, sort of, to speak. I'm not going to turn this off. I'm going to leave it on if you want to keep on talking, but I need to do some other stuff. I'm also getting another question from GAE. I'll address it really quickly. What about bicycles? Did you remove them at a certain point, or did they get removed by the developers? No, they were always in the game. However, very late, maybe 6 months ago, we figured out that they weren't respawning correctly. We got help from a player, Grimrix, who actually wrote the code for the database, or the routine rather, which I put in and tested, and I could verify that bicycles untouched for 7 days did actually finally respawn. This has been an issue on the server for almost 10 years. Bikes untouched never respawned. Nox, I remember, actually manually went into the map, checked the dates, and deleted them manually so they would respawn.
Yeah, like I would do that every couple of months. So, you know.
So, but finally we got it working. So now we do have the correct code for actually having them respawning, and it's a pity. It's one of those things I wish I would have put effort into fixing earlier, but I didn't realize, or rather,
the best vehicle in the game.
Yeah, it is, but I didn't realize it could be fixed as easy as it was. So I was quite surprised actually that we finally fixed it.
Oh, it was Nox all the time. I remember I had 5 bicycles hidden in a pine trees, and they started disappearing. It was Nox.
If they're untouched, they're gonna go, man. But now, up to yesterday, they actually respawned properly after 6 or 7 days untouched.
I think it's 6 years ago or something. I had 5 bicycles hidden in a pine trees, and I was like, I got all the bicycles on the
yeah, I think it's 11 or 12, or even 13 in total. Do you remember? Nox?
Where did he go?
Come again?
Antalet cyklar, is it 11, 12?
Oh, there he is.
I would have said 7-ish.
I think, yeah, maybe you're right.
Maybe, I mean, yeah, I never really, like, I don't know, I feel like there's usually like 5 on the server at any given time, like, on average. But
yeah, and I had all the 5 hidden, and then they started disappearing, and I was like, who finds my bicycles?
Nox.
Yeah.
But we always looked at the date. If they had been parked for 2 or 3 months, we deleted them. It's better that they're available for new players, of course.
yeah, like the average lifespan of a bike is someone finds it at a spawn and they use them for 10 minutes and then park them in a bush in the middle of nowhere. And then they sit there for 2 months until me or a Vinyl or a Vidco sees that, oh, this is old, and we'll delete it.
Yeah.
But, yeah.
Actually, I was just kidding. I know how I lost my bicycles, because every server restart moved vehicles a little bit.
Yes.
And when bicycle fell over, it became damaged, and it despawned on a next server restart if it fell down.
That was one of the things we found out, that bicycles only respawn if they were really, really damaged.
Yeah.
Not if they, because all other vehicles, or rather perhaps maybe not even any vehicles, did respawn properly unless they were broken fully. But now that was fixed many years too late. I apologize for that, but yeah, exactly. I thought we had it under control, but Grimrix actually made me aware of. He asked me to share the database routines. I did so. He is capable of reading them and informed me, hey man, only fully broken vehicles are respawning at this time. I can't see any code for untouched vehicles respawning, as we thought it did for many, many years. This is information based from Razer, so I trusted that it worked, but it clearly didn't do. But hey, on the other hand, it wasn't a game breaker, even though I wish personally that we could have fixed that earlier.
I remember when I was checking my bicycles, after restart, some of them had moved like 10 meters, and they fall down and they get damaged. So if I don't raise them up and put them inside the pine tree again, they despawn after that. I remember that.
And that's how shoppers exploded on restart, parked on castle tops as well, because all vehicles move when spawns in. If you're really early joining a server and you buy a shopper, for example, you can actually see the shopper turning in real time whilst you're logging in to the position where it was saved. Maybe it's just local, but that's how it is. What I wanted to say is I want to thank you all for participating. Thanks for Nox for being here. Thanks to VSG and Chris. Actually, never participated, but is the one that was the initiator of this Ask Me Anything that put all the questions together and forwarded them to us as well. Again, I'm going to leave this open if you want to keep on talking memories and have a good time. But I need to leave.
I think there's a good question for you.
Shoot.
Before you leave.
Yes.
By Meme.
Okay, so Meme says, what will happen with the Rufa specific tools and fixes, optimization, bug fixes, and so on? Will it be published on GitHub or something alike? Hearing you talk about how you were finding dupers and general server things and time spent making these tools, fixes, and patches will just fall into the void? No. Yeah. So, what I can say is much of the tools developed is 6 work, with me and Nox being the ones saying we would love to have this because that would help us do this or that. So it's custom tools, it's not on GitHub. Sick is not very keen on sharing stuff. I told you about the parser he built, which is the ground for the leaderboards and so on. But to answer your question, because I'm thinking at the same time I'm answering here, if I should put some effort into actually share the stuff, but I will tell you this, Meme. Either I'll put up this or a port in this Discord where server admins can join and pick my brain. And maybe I'll even be able to share some tools or knowledge at least, or ways of thinking when admitting a server. But also the most recent changes made to Rupa, and I'm talking about the change we did to bases where you actually can't jump close to a base to limit the ways of glitching in. The way you can't a third person if you're on a base wall inside a base, and also the fact that a lock breaks on a successful break-in, or all code made by Perry Swift, which is one of the creators of DayZ 2.0, and it's also on his personal GitHub. I would encourage you to contact him if you're interested in any of those changes specifically, and ask him to let you use them if he feels that's okay. He did create them for Europa, but maybe he feels fine sharing those tools with others. I'm also realizing the server probably got deleted today, way before I do have a lot of stuff saved, but trying to answer your question, no, I won't. It won't be falling into void because I will probably still be around. I'll create a channel here where people can ask me questions specifically. I'll invite you and verify that you are a server owner, or just contact me and I'll invite you, and I'll share knowledge. And if Nox wants to join as well, that would be great, and maybe even Sick. But
I think also like maybe important to point out that these are tools that have been built up for 10 years and specifically for us and for our group, and it's not like a one-button solution where anyone can use it up and it's all. Yeah, it would take a long time to make someone understand everything. So you can't just put it on GitHub and
exactly.
Great things.
May I ask you, are you Relic? Is that are you the person behind that nick, May? We have had contact before a lot. You're Swedish as well. Okay. Relic, I mean, he knows me. He can contact me. I'm not sure how many tools we can share, but I can share knowledge and I can share ways of finding cheaters and dupers for sure. Yeah. But again, this has been a 9-year-long unpaid job for me. I really feel I need to do something else for a while. So don't blame me if I'm gone for a bit. But I'll be around on Discord, of course, and this Discord stays online as well. Yeah, this turned into a long AMA, but it's been a lot of fun actually. I believe. Hope you.
Yeah, I'm sad I couldn't join earlier.
I'm happy you joined anyway, so that's fucking perfect.
Yeah, I had an important dinner to be at today, and I thought it was next week, and yesterday someone reminded me about. No, it's tomorrow. I'm like, what? Oh man.
It is what it is. It's partly my fault as well. But Mei also says, just wanted to ask, since for future server hosters and people who might want to make new servers for DayZ Mod, any information and general DayZ stuff, fixes, patches, blah 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 would be super helpful. I just remember when you wrote this that there is in the DayZ Mod Discord, there's a section for server owners. Both me and Nox can invite to that after verifying that you are a server owner. So head on over there, May. Drop us a message or drop me a message, and I'll make sure I'll let you in, because that is becoming sort of an archive where there are fixes and optimizations and other stuff posted actually. So that's the quick fix 2 for DayZ Mod 1.9, for example. Not many new servers even know that exists, and they run the 1.9 that they get their hands on, and it's not fully functioning, for example.
I mean, it's crazy that people try to make servers on their own, and because it's so much knowledge built up over the years that you need to know to run a good server.
Yeah.
Like DayZ Mod is the kind of game where you need to have like a paperclip under the server to have it at a specific angle, otherwise it won't work. So.
Yeah. Yeah, and we figured many of those issues out, but I'm keen on sharing knowledge, of course, no problem. Hit me up. It won't be flying into the void, but again, don't count on me helping you set up a DayZ Mod server tomorrow. But I'll be in the shadows and prepare to help in the future, of course. Spectrum says, you've devoted so much of your life to the server selflessly and so much time to this AMA too. It is hard to overestimate such gifts to the community, and I hope you guys get at least some return from all the time and effort spent. Thank you. I believe I talk for both of us when I say we already have received a lot in return. I remember last Wipe Nox, when the server filled up again, both you and I were like kids on Christmas Eve.
Yeah, like we were so happy to see people still playing the game. So
yeah,
like obviously that's all the reward we needed. Otherwise we wouldn't have kept doing it for so many years. So.
Exactly. Cool, guys. Thanks again. Tack Niklas. Thanks all of you guys. Really, it's been a journey, and I'm really happy we're able to run it for such a long time. It's been great. Have fun. I'm gonna go to bed and do some other shit. Sleep well, everybody, and talk soon. I'll leave this open if you want to keep on talking, and catch you all soon.
Yeah,
in the fields. Someone said. All right. Well done. Great, guys.
Yeah. Thanks, everyone. And if there's any more questions, just hit